Hello and welcome to the Computer Game Show. It's our Game of the Year 2024 episode. My name is David Turner. I'm here with Sean Bell.
Hello.
Matt Murray.
Feel sick.
James Farley.
I don't feel sick yet.
But he will do one later.
To get to. We've got a lot to get to before you even get to the Game of the Year show, but for now, let's start by thanking our Patreon producers this month. They are Aaron Patrick, the QuickBooks chap, Simon Nelson, Moomin Biscuit, Trans Rights to Human Rights, Dave Ernsberger, Colin Brown, Gasman, Rocketman76, Smooth Monkey, Richard Sawyer, Mary Xmas, Mary. I thought that was the name of a full Nelson member then. Mary Xmas, Shannon and Ryan, Love John and Maxine, John Tempelli, Jackie Sniper, Sam Higton, Thomas, Tom S, Stan, Philip with an F, Cutty, Steve Lee, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Man, Tri-State, Jack Oven, Jonathan Edwards, No Longer a Freeloader, Grey Draghon Claw, Ramalaptar, Angry Baboon, Colin the Car Wanker Smith, Sean Richens, Lee Keybottom, Mock Turtle Soup, My Dog Skip, Luke Summerhays, visionary host of the excellent Game Show podcast. Lots of love, Merry Bastards, Xmas Dean Cunt. They are our full Nels crew. And I just, you look at how long that list is now, and it just highlights to me just how much support we've been given. And I cannot underestimate how much we really appreciate it. You know, we don't rely on sponsorship. We don't do advertising. We don't do one of those auto-generation ads, so we don't get any money for each download. We actually have to pay to host the pod, if anything. But the support we've been given by Patreon and our patrons and our listeners is overwhelming. And we thank you so much, because this podcast genuinely would not still be going without you. We will stop. So thank you so much. Patreon.com/TCGS if you'd also like to show your support. We've got our Patreon Christmas party on Sunday the 22nd of December at 9 p.m. Details are now on Patreon. If you're on the Smashing It tier or above, you could join us for a little bit of festive fun via the internet. So that'd be good, wouldn't it? So look at that. If you haven't checked out your Patreon and you're on that tier or above, then go and find the details there. Looking forward to that. But we've got a hell of a lot of business in the way until we get there. And where do we start with this? Do we start with the announcement?
Should we start with the fact that this should have been out 2 days ago?
Yeah, we should already know. We should already be getting... Actually, what day is it today?
It's Wednesday, so it would have been out this morning. Yeah.
I didn't see anyone kicking off.
I thought we'd have a few.
Well, where's the pod?
Yeah.
Because obviously, I haven't seen it. Maybe everyone stopped listening.
Well, I think because the social post went so far and wide on every platform there is. Every single
but then obviously, there's always going to be listeners who just don't engage with social media stuff, right? So I assumed we'd miss a few, but then maybe they're the sort of listeners we don't really care about anyway. They're not really.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I saw IGN reporting on it, so I think enough people commented. I think they found it. It's on the BBC
IGN
website.
We don't know what the Game of the Year is. We can't tell you because they haven't released the episode yet.
We'll just wait. And I was thinking, actually, when you said, I'm really sorry, I'm shitting everywhere, I think was the phrase that you
it was the vomiting more than the shitting, to be honest, but yeah.
Well, for me, it was more the shitting than the vomiting. Right. Sean, I could deal with the vomiting, not the shitting. Okay. It just made me think, this isn't the first time we've delayed the TCGS Game of the Year show. And this delay is only 2 days, rather than the month that I delayed it.
Yeah, did we do
a few years ago?
It was like January or something. We did
January.
it. January,
yeah, we did it in January. Yeah, because I had my hernia operation, and we were due to record it like within 2 days of that operation before you went away.
Yeah.
But also, we're all slightly on edge. I think it's safe to say tonight, because we're recording on a Wednesday. We usually record these on Saturdays or over the weekend. So
can't tell you how much I hate it.
We don't have to. Yeah. I hate it too. But also, I've been freaking out because James has been sending messages all day. I don't know if I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. I don't know if I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. I don't know if and then, can I just... Because I was half reading the messages as I was driving home, right? Yeah. Did you forget that we're on a different time zone?
I totally forgot, yeah. I totally forgot.
Said, I'm not going to get home till 9. But he meant his time, which is before the time we were planning to start recording anyway.
Yeah.
So
what's the matter with you, James?
No, honestly, I mean, I've been in meetings all day, and we've got this really stressful presentation that we're putting together at the moment, and it's
I can relate.
Not true.
Yeah,
okay. We've just been like focusing on that, and my mind is not on anything apart from that, and it's just
Well, so it's only the biggest show of the year, so
yeah. This is your job too. We're getting paid a lot to do this month, especially this month. Pull your finger out and start considering this.
Fuck off. I made it here on time. I've got all the stuff. I didn't have all this, like, bum problem and everything.
Well, hang on, James. you were very much in favour of delaying the show as well. So don't.
And the reason for that is because I was in favour. I was fully in favour of delaying it because
of what?
I didn't want to record on the Monday because I had to get up really early on Tuesday to go somewhere, and I thought I can't have a drink like for the show, and so now it's been changed. I can.
God, oh no!
I wish we'd just pushed through Monday now. Never mind. I should say I'm like 95% recovered, but I do keep farting. And only that,
3 hours.
But it's also my edit. So if you hear any farts in the next 3 to 4 hours, we don't need an investigation.
Definitely. It's definitely James.
I'm to blame, right?
This is great.
James is going to let rip now.
Will Sean beat the 3-hour record?
Sean, are you the new James?
It might be.
I look forward to hearing you being absolutely wankered in about 10 minutes.
I was extremely ill, to be clear. If it was anything less...
No, I think the statement covered that. I think the statement was incredibly serious.
The statement was very good. Yeah.
I hope you're feeling better, Sean.
The amount of people...
Thank you, I am mostly.
The amount of people that thought it was... we were going to end the show. Like, what? How
time to do
would
it.
that be to end the show? We're going to end it a week before the GotY show and also before Matt gets his Wookiee tattoo. So that's the end. That's the cliffhanger we're ending on.
I didn't necessarily. I wanted something incredibly serious, but I was erring more into like a delay of a game rather than redundancies, as someone Clark mentioned on Discord, or the show ending. But I definitely wanted a tweet to be serious and then statement to be less so. But so I do apologise for those who said they had heart palpitations when they read it and assumed. It was.
I mean, that is exactly what you wanted.
Yeah,
that's played for and got.
You know what you're doing. You were doing. You were in there. You were in our group chat laughing about it when people said.
I think I said that was a perfect response. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, listeners. We all know what's coming, and I'm looking at my webcam. I'm addressing my webcam.
Yeah.
We can't see each other. For those of you that always complain that we're on video and it kind of takes something away, we've got our cameras off this week, and Matt's already said he's struggling with that. I keep addressing the camera directly for some reason.
I feel weirdly isolated.
It's strange, isn't it?
Like I'm in an underground bunker or something.
I like it. I love it. Yeah, I love it.
It's hard to see
my
podcast
face flapping away
like the old days.
Yeah.
Let's stop.
It is. We can't see each other. It's well hard.
No, he said it's not, Matt.
Okay, good point.
Thank you, Sean, for backing me up. I hope that happens more throughout this show. Welcome to our Game of the Year 2024 podcast. If you have only joined us this year and you don't know how we do Game of the Year, this is how it's done. We play all different games, the four of us, and we have to come up with our Game of the Year collectively as a podcast, and we announce it on the 1st of Jan. We make a big thing of it, but we were sort of wondering how we collectively come about picking a game, and we thought the best and fairest way would be to hold a draft where each of us would pick 4 games. Those games, and I'll explain the wild card in a bit, before we jump in, those games go into a hat and get pulled out against each other. For a game to go through to the next round, it must get 3 votes. There are 4 of us. A lot of times, games get 2 votes each. That's where the arguing starts. That's where the deals start. And that's where my favourite comment I've read about this show in the past 2 years People put it after the past 2 episodes of the Game of the Year show. This turns into traitors. And, and I don't think that could ever describe something so well. Like if this is your first one, just be prepared to get angry and to walk away from this podcast with favourites and least favourites of the cast. Should we go through the games before we explain the wild card?
Yeah.
Here's what Matt chose. Matt chose Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Senua's Saga, Hellblade 2, Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, and Astrobot. I picked Neva, COD Black Ops 6, Helldivers 2, and Halibut. Sean picked Kunitsu-Gami, Path of the Goddess, Ultros, Balatro, and Animal Well. James picked Star Wars Outlaws, Silent Hill 2, Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown, and Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. After we picked those games, we had to pick a wild card. Sean picked UFO 50. I picked Thank Goodness You're Here. Matt picked Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And James picked the Nintendo Alarmo.
And for some reason,
went to the pub.
We all allowed
went to the public vote.
This is
Matt. What happened?
Yeah, so we did a vote on X.com. It might be the last year we did it on X because fuck X.
Yeah,
but anyway. We this year we had a total of 411 votes. I actually looked at previous years. It's been gone down every year, and it's not about the show.
That is down. That is down.
That is, yeah. I mean, like, even like last year's 550, 601 the year before that. 2021, there was a Google Doc because in 2020, someone did pay for votes.
They tampered with it.
Yeah. But before that, it was like over 2,000 votes. So, yeah, people leaving Twitter. And I don't blame them, frankly. Anyway, the vote was on Twitter. And 411 votes were cast. In 4th place was Sean's UFO 50 with 17.5% of the vote. Any words, Sean?
No, I'm not.
Not yet. Let's.
I mean, it's a PC exclusive and was always a risk on that basis, given our usual, audience and everything. But yeah.
In 3rd place, it was me with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, that with 20.2% of the vote. It's a shame, but we move on. And then there was 2 tussling it for 1st place. That's probably overstretching it somewhat, but in 3rd place, in 2nd place, close. With 23.4% is David's Thank Goodness You're Here, meaning the winner with a staggering 38.9% was James with Nintendo Alarmo.
All right. Okay, before we get to Nintendo Alarmo, did anyone actually do anything to try and boost their votes?
I did a couple of posts, but
What did you do? Post on what?
I think it was on Blue Sky and on X, yeah.
I just
called it X without realising. Sorry.
I just put it on the Thank Goodness You're Here Reddit. I just went, listen, guys. But there was like 4 people on there, and I thought, oh, fuck.
Well,
and then I was going to thread and everything.
I was going to. Then, votes started going in a different direction. I think
that's one thing we're missing, isn't it? Like, because when everyone was on Twitter, we were constantly sort of back and forth at each other, weren't we? Whereas now, because it's all a bit scattered, feels weird, like knowing where to focus your attention. But
the only thing there was Sean hating on the Alarmo on Blue Sky, which
is correct. I didn't really mind what won as long as it wasn't that.
Okay, let's get into that. Let's address this then.
Shit, then.
Go on.
What the fuck happened? Like, did we all just lose our collective minds because we're so blown away? Shut up, James. We're so blown away by the fact that James had the audacity to vote for Nintendo Alarmo, which isn't a game, it's a piece of hardware. And shut up, James. Shut up. I haven't finished it. Were we so just like taken aback by that we didn't even think to like question it? Like, when we do our predictions each year, it's like, no, you can't have that, too easy, too obvious, too this, too that. We like really scrutinise that. Here, we're like, okay, sure, Alarmo. I guess because we agree. Hang on, David.
I guess that, Matt.
I know, but
we changed it,
and it's emotion controlled. There's games.
No,
involved.
not you, James.
No,
not you, James. I'm allowed to butt in. You're not allowed to butt in right now. You've got to be quiet.
Because we don't talk about it, we just accepted it. It's like.
No, this is the problem, right? This is the fucking problem. So at the start, we were very strict. It had to be a game that came out that year, right? And we were really strict with it. And then people were like, oh, what about remakes? And what about re-releases? What if it comes out on another console? And then there was, DLC. And then we said, right, okay, we won't question it. And then you've got to argue it on the GotY show. So,
but they're games. They're video games.
Yeah, they're regular
crucially.
Picks. Yeah, and they are actually games as well.
Yeah, it's bullshit. I warned
you. We've no mechanism for throwing out a winner of the wildcard vote.
Well, I think maybe we should have one now. Let's do it now. Let's do it now. No. We should not. This is ridiculous. This is embarrassing and ridiculous. And it's like, it is.
All I'm going to say.
Embarrassing and ridiculous.
Listen. This is what the people have chosen, and you're already trying to rig it.
They're doing it to piss us off, and because James chose it. It's like,
and right now we're giving them what they want.
No, it's ridiculous.
Right. All I'll say is
this
right. The shit I got for Cyberpunk, and not just from Dave, talking about the listeners as well. The shit I got for Hard Lads and Trombone Champ, because people were like, oh, he's just picking joke games now. He's just picking joke games because he knows people think it's funny and they'll vote them through, which I don't think they did anyway. Oh, no, the Hard Lads got through, didn't it?
Hard Lads won, yeah.
But,
Champ didn't.
But I did genuinely like those, and they were genuinely games.
And I genuinely enjoy Alarmo, and I do feel there is a
talk
game
about it on the show. Fucking oh my god!
It's not a computer game, James.
Do you know what kills me?
It's not his alarm clock.
Do you know what? Right, okay, calm down. Do you know what kills me? Is that this just confirms that this isn't about our wild card at all. People are not voting for the wild card. This really is a personality contest. Part of me thinks next year we keep our wild cards silent and then we just post the thing up and see which way people vote then.
Oh, I love that.
James just wins every fucking time.
That's not true. I don't win every time.
I don't think I've ever won. I don't think I've ever won one of these things. And it just all that says to me is that people fucking hate me. It's really depressing to
No, it's not I hate you. It's just
really
like, James did it, so it's great.
No, bullshit. Last year, I think I won it last year because I had Baldur's Gate 3. Which was like, one of the most popular game of the year.
Yeah, a game you hadn't even played.
I had.
Because you knew, for fucking 6 hours.
Oh, sure.
You didn't even like it that much anyway.
No, once again, more bullshit.
No, but again, all right, that was a sneaky, I'm going to say underhand tactical play, but it was a game and it came out that year, so that was legitimate.
Sure, you nominated like Hyrule Warriors and you hadn't even played any of that. You played the fucking demo of it. And it's like...
I played the demo and the full game for a combined total of 10 hours.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't, because I heard that show today. It
was 4 hours on the demo, 6 on the full game.
Still nominated for that.
James. 10 hours.
Matt, do we have to talk about Night in the Woods? A game that you hadn't even touched and you nominated it.
Bullshit. I had. It's just on my save come and I couldn't finish it. You stupid twat.
You got as far as the mall. Which is not very far.
This is not about me, right? Yeah. 2024, you've won through some bullshit alarm clock. 2023, you won because you hadn't played.
I nominated one of the most beloved games of that year.
And then in 2022, you nominated Xenoblade. You won that one as well.
Yeah, because
he won that one because he said he wouldn't talk about it unless he won. He wouldn't talk about Xenoblade unless he won the wild card.
I played through the whole of that game as well. I finished it before the show, so I could give it a good.
Have you finished Alarmo?
Yeah, I've had a good.
You played
all
the way through Alarmo.
Yeah, I've experienced all of the delights that the Alarmo has to offer at the moment. But they are adding new content. We'll come to this, but it's
a rich vein of content. What else was I going to say? I can't remember now. This is a farce. What gets me is the amount of people, and God bless you, listeners.
Someone jump-started
the amount of people who were like, I can't wait to hear James's argument for Alarmo. He doesn't really have one. He doesn't.
You don't know that, Sean. I've got notes here.
We'll find
out. Do you remember
last
time we were excited about James's pick, Detroit Become Human? And,
yeah, exactly.
I can't wait to hear what James has to say about this. And it was dreadful.
It was not dreadful.
It
was a dreadful game. But, it's. I think I gave a pretty good account of myself with that. It was pretty good. Don't you remember the Christmas tree, the baubles? It was brilliant.
No, I don't actually. What?
That was one of the lines you don't remember. Okay, it was a good line.
No, it was a long time ago, James.
Other people remember that.
So anyway, the fact is, you basically won every single one of them. So bullshit.
I can't help it, can I? If you're shit at choosing games, Matt. Like it's Wait, no, hold on.
You've chosen a fucking alarm clock,
and it won.
You haven't chosen a game either,
and it won. It's a game. It's a motion controlled game, Matt.
It's an alarm clock, and you know it, and you didn't even want it anyway.
It's a motion control game.
He did want it. He bought it for himself.
I didn't buy it for myself. Right. It was a lovely gift
that you
just to explain to our listeners.
Hints for. Yeah.
There is the reason why there's so much anger
because he voted for alarm clock next.
I mean, this is the thing, right?
Winner.
No. Okay, this is the thing, right? I mean, David, you're keeping very quiet here. You're just letting Matt and Sean have a go. I mean,
no, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. And it's like, the fact that this was kind of your idea. Do we remember this?
Don't do it.
This was kind of your idea.
Don't do it.
So what?
20 minutes in, James, are you already thrown someone under the bus here?
Hang on, what? No, you haven't. You haven't done a deal whereby you told him to vote for Alarmo and then...
No, there's no deals. There's no deals going on here, but there was some influence on the idea that maybe I should pick Alarmo, as one of the things.
See, this wasn't a surprise to you, David, because you told him to do it. Oh my fucking god!
Oh my god!
This is why he didn't argue the case, because he was like, "What a great idea, James! Let's do it together." Oh my, David, what's wrong with you?
I thought it'd be funny.
Look at us now.
Fucking
is it funny now? Are we laughing now?
I'm laughing.
No, because
you're fucking laughing with your motion controlled alarm.
Matt,
cock.
I didn't think he was going to win. I just said to him when he was talking about the Alarmo on that episode, I texted him afterwards and said you should nominate as your wild card because it'd be funny. I didn't think he was actually going to do it.
It wasn't an original idea.
No, it wasn't an original idea, but I'm pretty happy with the results, Matt.
So
it's
terrible idea, and also one that you nicked from Dave.
James, you're a little grass, mate, and this is not helping you. This is right at the start.
That's a terrible start for you, James.
I don't care. I won the vote. Let's figure out what we're going to eliminate. Hellblade 2.
Right, okay.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, James.
We actually need to explain this, so... Fuck you, James. I cannot believe you said that. I can't believe you told them that. Why would you do that?
Because I'm getting
James has lost it early.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Yeah, this is like
James, how many beers have you had in 15 minutes?
I've had a Rocky Road, which is 6.4%. I didn't realise
in the last 7 minutes.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Oh my god! Okay.
It's a very intense 7 minutes, to be fair.
I've now moved on to a Speedbird OG.
Okay, let's focus on the podcast.
Is that a drink or is it something else?
He's on drugs now.
We are now 20 minutes in and we haven't explained what the Game of the Year show is yet.
I think people probably get the gist by now.
Yeah, it's probably the greatest introduction to a podcast of all time. Because James won the wild card, it means all of his games are immune from elimination before we get started. So James, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. It's in the hat, mate. It's in the hat. Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown. It's in the hat, mate. It's in the hat.
Oh, we're going to do this for every game?
I'm trying to drag it out because it's taken me a little while to, fold up his thing.
Padding the Game of the Year. I've heard everything now.
Silent Hill 2's in. Star Wars Outlaws is in. And more importantly, the Alarmo, the Nintendo Alarmo is in.
Yes.
Which means we need to lose a game now out of the games that Sean, Matt and I have chosen. And that is what hurts the most.
I mean, it doesn't, does it? Because we all know what it's going to be. So it's fine.
No, I think actually maybe it should be one of David's, given, it's him and James colluding.
Set him up.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the thing is, I like all of David's games. So it's,
Harold Halibut.
Well, I never played it.
Not to reveal my hand too early.
James is on one.
Interesting, Matt. Hellblade 2 is definitely in the firing line then.
Yeah. So, it always was.
So, I mean, why the fuck was it even nominated? Do you know what killed me, right? This week, I've been listening to some old Game of the Year shows just to get me in the mood, just to get the blood boiling. It's like a warm-up. And I was listening to the beginning bits to most of them. And Matt seems to always lose a game before we get started. There's always one of his game that gets kicked out.
James always wins. It's always my game that gets kicked out. Weird, isn't it?
Because Matt chooses games that are like, at least 4 hours long or whatever every time, and they're always bad.
Sorry, can you repeat that? What, I choose games that are at least 4 hours.
Yeah, that didn't make a lot of sense.
What's wrong with that? You're saying because I'm choosing the games that are 4 hours plus, that's an issue.
It's because you play so few games, Matt, that there's hardly any on your list. And
well,
so
he's had quite a hard year, James. So
I'm not sure if you're aware, James. I've had a really tough year. Like, do you want me to go through all the things why it's been tough, or do you want to? Do you think is that a joke to you? Is that a joke to you? No, James. Is my year being a joke to you?
You should care more about the show, Matt. Is the thing.
James, did you just say I don't care, Matt, when you said that? Because that might be the coldest thing I've ever heard in my life.
I've finished 15 games this year. What's wrong with that? I've got, I've had a lot going on.
My point is that I was going to turn around. I knew everyone was going for Hellblade 2, and I was going to turn around and go, no. Let's, like, Matt always loses the game. But then he started going, maybe we should pick Dave game then. Maybe we should pick Dave game. Well, no,
I don't think I said let's all pick Dave game then, because
that's all pick Dave games. Shame you don't need an episode title for this.
Yeah, actually, I think we should pick Dave game, really.
Let's just get some games in the hat, right? And let's just get some games in the hat, because Astrobot's going in. I'm not even joking about, should we kick that one out? Astrobot's going in the hat, without a doubt. I would say that Balatro's going in the hat.
Yeah, definitely. 100%.
That's going in. I would say Indiana Jones is going in the hat.
Mm-hmm.
That's not at risk. I would say Neva is going in the hat.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, it's all right.
Oh, I'd say it's good. Well, it's not a slam dunk right now, but it's probably better than others on this list.
Yeah.
We could put it on in the risk, or does it go in the hat? Risk or hat, Matt?
I think it's definitely better than a lot of his other games, so let's go hat.
Okay, all right. Hat.
I think Silent Hill 2.
Well, I gave you the power there.
Thank you.
Silent Hill 2 is one of mine, Matt.
Yeah, I said it should go in.
Well, it's not gonna.
It's already in.
Yeah, but I think it should stay in. I just wanted to. I think it's a great game. James is a great pick.
How great a guy James is.
I've always thought that.
I'm going to back Sean up. You're not getting Animal Well in the at-risk category. That is going in the hat. Absolute no chance. Right.
Helldivers 2 in the hat.
Yeah,
I would agree. Call of Duty Black Ops 6.
Yeah, it's in the hat, man.
Backing me up with that.
Yeah.
That's hat. That is hat.
It's pure hat.
Okay. That's pure hat. So I've got... I think Ultros goes in because of how passionate Sean is about it.
Thank you.
Okay.
But no, well, I'm waiting for someone else to back me up.
I mean, he's definitely passionate about it. I can't really comment on the quality of the game, but that won't stop me later. I mean, put it in, why not? This is inevitable anyway.
Right, so the games I got in front of me are Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, Kunitsu-Gami Path of the Goddess, Lorelei and the Laser Eye, Halibut. I don't know enough about Kunitsu-Gami Path of the Goddess.
I mean, I know
that a lot of people...
Obviously, I loved it. That's why I chose it. I appreciate it is a fringe pick. So I'm not surprised to see it in the maybe pile. But what else have we got?
Should we put Lorelei in on the Laser Eye?
Yeah, Lorelei's excellent.
I know enough people that rate that. So we've got one of each of ours left.
Mm-hmm.
Senua's Saga, Hellblade 2, Halibut, Kunitsu-Gami, Path of the Goddess. Sean, if I back you up, will you back me up? And then we all know what James wants in there.
Hang on.
It's because Hellblade 2 is objectively not a very good game. So I think that's why it should go in there.
I don't think it's not objective. It's all subjective.
But David,
it is all subjective.
I know that. No, it's objectively
don't lie.
Bad. It's objectively bad. Whereas Harold Halibut, I mean, I never played it, but I know David really had a good time with that. So I'm fine with that going.
I mean, I had a good time with Hellblade too. So what's wrong? What's the difference there?
It's
the difference is the rest of us played Hellblade 2 and actively disliked it. Whereas
I know that, but
it's like. But let yourself be known if you played Harold Halibut and didn't like it. Oh, maybe Sean a little bit, but didn't play much of it. About Kunitsu-Gami? No.
Well, this is it. I sort of
Hellblade 2
benefit. Yeah.
I it generally is one of my favourite games of the year. Probably, I mean, I won't say what number, but I thought it was excellent.
See, that's the thing. This is why I question your judgment, Matt, because it's.
But it's okay to like different things. It was just like a 4 to 6 hour cinematic brutal adventure.
You liked it because it was 4 to 6 hours.
No, I like the fact it looked absolutely stunning. Combat was basic but satisfying because I didn't want I didn't want a Souls like. I just wanted something I hit hammer 2 buttons and people get knocked down to the ground.
It just. Fucking hell.
No, but I didn't want. I didn't want anything deep. I just wanted hit a few buttons and then someone gets knocked out and move on.
It looked gorgeous. Film, Matt. That's what you wanted.
Yeah, it was incredibly cinematic, and I liked it for that. I liked the fact it was really brutal. I liked a lot about it. Nothing wrong with that. People like different things. Sound was awesome. It looked gorgeous. Ran at a nice clip.
It did review well. It's not like it was panned and that's like the one person.
It generally did. Yeah. You're letting James's, poison affect your mind, David. It wasn't that bad.
I'm not saying it shouldn't go in the bin. I'm just saying people listening to this will be like, I really fucking liked Hellblade.
It's a BAFTA nominee.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything.
Well, it's nominated for an award, so it's not objectively bad. If it was objectively bad, it wouldn't be nominated for awards, is what I'm saying. Big awards at that.
I'm interested now. James, what Metacritic score do you think it's got?
It's probably, I reckon it's 78 or 79 or something.
81.
Oh, that's close.
Objectively bad, though, says James Farley, and I'm the one question.
Look, I don't think it's objectively bad. I hated it. And I think because most of us hated it, I think it's got to be the one that's got to go.
For fuck's sake. That's it. I mean, it was always doomed, but I just, I'm happy I chose it. I don't think it should be. I mean, the trouble is that you'll hate it. It's not like, some games where none of us has played, Kunitsu-Gami. It doesn't matter because we don't have that negative things to say about because we haven't played it, but you all have played Hellblade 2 and don't like it. I do.
A solid 10 minutes and gone, ugh.
What if I have, Sean?
Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe
he's not played it. So is that the final answer?
Well, I mean, I was never going to be able to change your mind without something ridiculous happening. But I'm glad. Yeah, it's definitely up there with my favorite games of the year for all the reasons I just mentioned. So I know you don't like it, but I did.
That's annoying because you still got to talk about it. So that's not part of the game. So Hellblade 2. Let's all say goodbye to Hellblade 2.
Bye.
Kunitsu-Gami goes in, and Halibut goes in.
Happy, James.
We are half an hour into our Game of the Year show, and we've not started.
I was going to say, if you've not listened to one of these before, this is normal. I don't think this is normal, is it? I suppose
last year, how long was the Cyberpunk argument?
Yeah. Last year was the Cyberpunk argument. That got really heated. I think and then Cyberpunk got to the semi-final.
I think people will be relatively okay with this because it's not been as tense. So
it should be tense with that alarm clock shit.
Fucking tense.
Well, I've been having
pretty
fun.
Fucking tense, Sean.
I lost 2 games. The show hasn't even started. I've lost 2 games out of my 5, and the show hasn't even started.
That's true.
2 games?
Well, wild card.
The wild card. Okay, all right. Well, okay, are we ready to get going with the Game of the Year show?
Shoot.
Yeah.
Shoot.
And then let's find out what the first game out of the hat is. And I know James always wishes it's one of his. Let's find out if it is.
Certainly do.
It is a David game.
Ooh.
It's a game I was playing last night. Helldivers 2. Yeah, this is... my introduction to Helldivers 2 was a strange one. We watched the video. Do you remember the announcement trailer? We watched it on a Talks Over, and everyone was going, what's that fucking film?
Starship Troopers,
the game. Oh, it's a Starship Troopers game. And it turns out it wasn't. It was Helldivers 2. And we all went, oh, okay, it looks all right. And Sean was like, no, you do not understand. Helldivers 1 was a twin-stick shooter and an amazing one. Mm-hmm. And it had some really good ideas. And they've somehow taken that. It reminds me, when I look at Helldivers 1 and look at Helldivers 2, it reminds me of like Mario 64 or Zelda Ocarina of Time, where it's like, oh, you've managed to reimagine what was amazing about these games, but in like a completely different perspective. But even after watching that trailer, I wasn't really interested. And then I got offered a code and I went, well, Sean keeps going on about it, I might as well give it a go. And I started seeing clips of it on YouTube and it was getting good review scores. And I was like, oh shit, this looks like nothing I've ever seen before, despite the fact that it being so tightly linked with extraction shooters and full-player co-op PvE games and stuff like that. I was like, there's something different about this, and I can't quite put my finger on what that is. I mean, mainly it was the fact that everything looked like a movie. Most of the clips that were leaking online or making their way online was against the sort of creepy crawly enemies, and watching them clamber over each other to get to you and like appearing over like rocks and stuff as characters were diving off to one side and chucking grenades and huge explosions and everything. I instantly fell in love with this game. Like, instantly. The first time I played it, I was like, holy shit, this is everything that I loved about Left 4 Dead. It's everything that I loved about, it's the bits that I liked about The Division. It had a lot of mystery around it. There were loads of sort of cryptic codes and different items that I didn't know what they were for, and slowly you start working out the game. You start building up your favourite stratagems, which are the items that you can chuck around the stage to either drop down a weapon or get a firing squad from an aeroplane flying, and all sorts of things that you could do. I mean, last night I was dropping down my exosuit and fighting off the new enemies that have been added to the game. This exploded this year, and it was one of those games that come out of nowhere, and I love games like that. Although it didn't come out of nowhere for someone like Sean. Sean knew that this was going to be great, and you absolutely called it.
I knew it was going to be great.
Right.
I didn't think it was going to be a hit the way it was, though. That was a surprise to everyone. It was
insane how it blew up, wasn't it? And I genuinely think it's because you watch a 10-minute clip of that, and you're like, oh, I'm fucking in. Like, this looks like so much fun. And it can be. Like, the game scales to what you want. You can scale it to be the most difficult shooter you've ever played, or something just at the level that you want, where you're battling up. Or if you're just going, do you know what? I just want to do my missions, do my personal mission. I don't really care about the challenge. I'm just going to set it to normal and just absolutely spray down these enemies. You can go out alone, but it's not as fun, obviously, but you can go out alone and get randoms join you, or just go out alone, which I've done a few times just to tick some things off on my missions. I played this for a solid 2 months. I think I would have played it more if it was more readily available to my group of friends. So I'm a little bit disappointed that this is still a Sony exclusive. I would have loved for it to come out on the Xbox. Where all my friends play their games. So, and I think if it ever does in the future, there were sort of rumours that it might do. And I was hoping that it would come out this year, but it wasn't. And then there's rumours saying that that's no longer going to happen, but I don't know how true any of that is. I would love it for it to come out on Xbox, because I think my group of friends will absolutely adore this. And the more of them playing it, the better. I love Helldivers 2. I think it's nothing short of a masterpiece. And every time I boot it up and hear that soundtrack as I'm like being shot from a barrel down onto this whatever planet that I've flown to, I just get that beating in my heart, and I just think this is going to be a good time. This next hour is going to be a good time. And I don't know if you've fought against the new enemies yet, Sean.
I haven't, no.
They're great.
They look amazing. I mean, some of the videos
I'm assuming they're the same of the thing, but they're just zombies basically. But each of them look more scarier than the next one. It was and just blowing them up with a 40 kg bomb is just, I don't know. That game, Helldivers, is something special. It knows what it is. It plays to its strength, and it nails everything it tries to do. And it absolutely should be in this list. It absolutely should be nominated for Game of the Year, and I'm glad I've nominated it, because it wouldn't be right not to recognise how good this fucking game is.
We should also mention how big it's been for our community as well. Like,
right,
when was the last time we had a game where we needed like an LFG channel in the Discord, and then was it 2 or 3 separate voice channels?
Yeah,
just for people.
Even 2 nights ago they were playing it. I'm fairly sure.
Which has been amazing to see. Like, it was something we sort of set up on the Discord thinking, oh, well, maybe, like, see how it goes. And yeah, it's just been like consistently used all year as far as I'm aware, which has been amazing to see. So yeah, it's been really nice.
You played it quite a bit as well, didn't you, James? Didn't you have a group of friends that you played with?
Yeah, I played quite a lot of it, and I really, really enjoyed it. It's one of those games where, see, I would have put this on my Game of the Year list as well, but I didn't feel that I'd really played it enough, to be able to sort of give it, a good shake as you've done. But yeah, I mean, I also reconnected with somebody that I worked with a long time ago who now lives in another country, through this game, because we haven't played together for years, and it was like, it's superb. Yeah. Very good.
Cool. Should we see what's up against? This is going to be horrible, isn't it? I can already tell this is going to be horrible. Right, okay, it could be any of these. Right, it is a James game. Okay. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth.
Okay, so this is really a case of this.
Before you start, I really want to play this, right? So don't go in with the no one's going to listen. Everyone's going to take the piss. I'm on board with this. So go ahead.
I know, but this is
okay. Fine, but you're still going to vote against it. And also, when James leaves a gap like that, I think he's either drunk, asleep, or he's building up to something. I can never quite work out what it's going to be.
It's because for me, this is literally that, oh shit, here we go again, like me, like this. Because every year I put one of these
it's
in.
like us with the wild cards, mate.
And it's, play the game better, Matt. Every year I put one of these in, and they always they never go very far. And it's a shame because this one in particular, like, Infinite Wealth, I'd say it's probably maybe the best of any of these games that have come out. And I mean, largely because, I mean, I'm not a massive fan of turn-based games, but I played this for like 70 plus hours, and I just really love the systems it used. And honestly, I really don't like turn-based games, and this was something which, I really connected with. And I think it's because the systems that it introduces are actually fun to engage with, and I didn't find, that aspect of it like laborious at all. And for me, this is why it puts it sort of head and shoulders above any other turn-based RPG that I've ever played. And I mean, none of this is as important, I think, as the plot. It's not just the twist, but it's also the way that the characters in the game really, like, truly develop over time. And I love the entire cast. Like, you have, it brings in the cast from the previous game, but then also the new characters are like pitch perfect in the way that they introduce them, and I cared about all of them by the end. But also, I mean, this is a story about Ichiban, who is a new character in the Like a Dragon series, but then it still brings back Kiryu again, but he has this tragic story which is just again played in such an amazing way, and it's the contrast between him and Ichiban that make this really so fantastic. You've got this sort of taciturn sort of character in Kiryu, and then somebody who is just full of life and full of joy, like, to a degree, which is really interesting to see in a Yakuza game, because they're not usually like that, most of the characters. And I mean, he's one of the best characters in gaming, and that is something that these games do. Like, they've introduced so many characters that are so memorable and so interesting and so multi-layered, and that's something they really continue with these games. I mean, it also, mechanically, it has like this dynamic job system where you have, these really interesting sort of flexibility. You have leveling up of, characters with, into really strange like job systems, like, the surfers and stuff like that. But then also it's got like a functioning Animal Crossing like in the game as well, which is crazy. Like with the Dondoko Island, where, I spent a significant amount of time like building my entire island, which was, really, really interesting.
Wasn't it full of sex shops?
It could be.
On James's it was.
If you wanted
to. Did you hear that?
Yeah. What are you doing over there, James? With no cameras on, it's worrying, isn't it?
If you wanted to make a significant amount of money, you could certainly do that. And I mean, I spent over 70 hours on it, not on the sex shops, but on the actual.
Yeah, 65 on them, 5 on the rest of the game.
But it's also, I mean, it looks incredible, and it's just. honestly, the 70 hours completely just flew by, like completely, and it's just so well realised. And every year they bring out one of these games. Every year, you have like maybe the combat focused ones, or you have these turn-based ones, and they still manage to like bring in new environments, new characters, and it's such a wonderful world to involve yourself in. It's amazing, and this was truly one of the best ones that they've released so far. And I've played all of these, and I'm still not bored like at all by this. It's absolutely fantastic. Like it really takes.
I'm a little bit bored.
Yeah, come on, fuck off. It's just. No, it's amazing. It's Well,
can I just say something? Can I just say something without you getting totally defensive or whatever?
Go on.
But it's kind of funny how you go, oh, this happens every year. I nominate one of these games, but every year you say the same thing about them. No, this is probably the best one they've ever done.
But
I hear that every fucking time.
Exactly.
Then there was
that's amazing.
There was one they brought out. There was one they brought out where you went, no, this one's not very good. And then later on, you were like, no, I've played it for another 20 hours. It's the best one they've ever done. And I'm like,
exactly.
Oh, come on.
But that's fucking amazing. Like, if you think about the fact that they continuously are improving on these and making them better, like every single time. And it's like even that one which was from last year, which was the one that was focused on Kiryu, like only, and it's as an undercover spy or whatever. And initially, it didn't seem great, but then it draws you in. It's such a good story, and the writing is so good that every time you get sort of I feel real connection with this, and this is why I love these games.
I've got to say, like,
good.
in James's defence, to my knowledge, you don't often see Yakuza fans who are like, oh no, Yakuza 3 was the best one and it's been downhill since then. Like, I think most people who are into the series agree that like it has just gone from strength to strength.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't this score the highest in terms of like review scores as well? This one I feel like I heard way more people talking about on podcasts and YouTube and stuff than other ones. I know obviously the series has its fans, but this one I felt like much more people were talking about it. It felt like it did have a bit more of a break into the mainstream than the series has had before.
We'll be saying all this again for that pirate one. Telling you.
I really want to play that one as well, though.
Next year.
Looks great.
I know you do. It might get past first round.
No.
Should we do our voting? Unless you had anything else to say, James, you're quite welcome to.
That's all I've got. It's an amazing game, and it's an amazing series, and it deserves some recognition for that, I think.
Okay, let's get to the voting. Sean, what is your vote?
I'm genuinely sorry, James, because I do really want to play Infinite Wealth. I know plenty of people who say it's like one of their best games of the year, but I do have to vote for Helldivers 2.
James Farley?
I mean, obviously, Infinite Wealth.
Matt Murray?
Kind of on that. No, I'm going to Helldivers 2.
Yeah, I go Helldivers 2. No, I am sorry, James. You do that every year, but at least you get to talk about it, mate.
It's true. I mean, I don't feel too bad about this because Helldivers 2 is an amazing game, and so it
really is.
It's a shame that it's up against that because I do feel it deserves to go further, but I don't feel too bad about that, honestly.
Okay, well that was pretty amicable. Is
annoying.
It going to stay this way? Let's find out. Because the next out of the hat is... Sean.
Hello.
Kunitsu-Gami, Path of the Goddess.
Ooh. Right, this is an odd one. I think partly because a lot of people were wondering why I didn't put Dragon's Dogma 2 in my list, and certainly in my head it was
I'd forgotten that had even come out.
Well, yeah, and it's certainly in my head it was a toss-up between this and Dragon's Dogma 2. I thought putting both in the list would be a bit weird given that they're both Capcom games, and also that we know someone who does the PR for Capcom, so maybe half my choices are Capcom games. That would be a bit much. So I thought I'd better just keep it to one Capcom game. And yeah, despite the fact I was looking forward to Dragon's Dogma 2 for years, this somehow took over in my head. It is a sort of third-person action / tower defense game. set in Japan, God knows how many years ago. It's all very much heavily influenced by Japanese folklore, right? And you play as this one character who is defending this princess who's moving through this landscape that's all been corrupted by greed and shit. I don't know. The people who live on this mountain apparently are all greedy as fuck. And then as such, it's allowed a load of demons in. You know how it goes. So you're purifying this entire mountain, and it takes ages. And it's a tower defense game in the sense that you've got to protect this princess who is very, very slowly making her way across, like down this path, purifying the land as she goes, and she's being attacked. And you're defending her by running around yourself and slashing the fuck out of these demons that come out of these portals. But then also, as you go, you are rescuing and then recruiting villagers, and you're giving them roles. There's like different sort of tasks you can give them. There's like axe users, archers, magicians, there's all sorts of different ones you unlock as the game goes on. And initially you sort of like, oh, this is quite cool, but the moveset's quite limited. But I get it because it's supposed to be more of a strategy game, and I'm just kind of there to occasionally run around and help out the villagers when they're struggling, and that's fine. And then the game goes, haha, actually, here's like a full unlockable move, or 2 unlockable movesets for the main character. It gets incredibly deep and incredibly good fun. And just like aesthetically, what it does as well is just incredible. As I say, it definitely appeals to like 15-year-old Sean, who is a fucking massive weeb, and and it really appeals to the part of me that really loved Okami as well. And they definitely know that because they put some nods to Okami in the game. Although at the time it was like, oh well, I guess we're not getting a new Okami game, but this is quite nice, I suppose. Of course, we now are getting a new Okami game, but whatever. At the time, it felt like a really nice, respectful nod. But yeah, and so it's a fascinating game. Like the boss encounters are brilliant. They take, in some cases they take like a bit of repetition and quite a bit of learning. Whether that's, some of them are very sort of one-on-one, whereas others are very much about being strategic, about, what types of villages you're using, where you're placing them and ordering them around and stuff. But the stages as well vary a lot, in that, you're making your way down these paths, and then occasionally there'll be different ways you can branch off, or there'll be levels where actually there aren't any villagers to help out. There'll be levels where you can't intervene, it's just you are just placing the villagers and having to sort of cope with that. There are levels where you're on water and you've just got a series of boats. It just does loads of really weird and interesting things with the format. And I think what really sells it is this weird sort of commitment or love of Japanese theatre. The fact that they, for this game, part of the promo stuff they did for it was they did this 15-minute, I think it's a 15-minute performance. It's a bunraku performance, which is a traditional Japanese puppetry. And it's this 15-minute puppet show, which serves as a prequel to the game. And it's really interesting and really beautifully done. Does that make the game better? Technically, no. But it speaks to
the whole theme of it, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it speaks to the level of care and the level of thought that's gone into it and how committed they are. There's all, there's documentaries and stuff about how, they made all the costumes for the characters, which are absolutely stunning. All the motions of the main character are
Sorry, they did what?
What, sorry?
They made all of the costumes for all of the characters.
As in literally
physically?
in real life. They were all tailored and made by actual costume designers.
Why did they do that?
I don't know, but
commitment to the bit. I don't know.
Well, this is what's fascinating, right? It's because
really
because they show that, and you're like, well, I sort of get it, because as a result, the costumes are absolutely beautiful, right? And I think that's a product of having gone through that process. But then also they're like, oh yeah, and there's all these little desserts in the game, and we got an amazing chef to make them, and then we 3D scan them in, and I'm like, yeah, you probably didn't have Probably don't have to do that, but yeah, it's just that real dedication to so much of the traditions that the game pulls from, I think is just really inspiring and really interesting. The soundtrack's fucking mental. It's like there's loads of like just really beautiful sort of minimal piano stuff, but then some of the bosses, it's like jazz metal fusion shit. It's absolutely nuts. I got fully obsessed with this, and like, I think I finished it in like a week or maybe 2 weeks. And it is like a 25 hour game. I just, for whatever reason, it stayed in my head in a way that Dragon's Dogma 2, which I also loved, did not. I know it's not going forward in this process, but I loved it enough that I just wanted to give it another shout out. It's on Game Pass. You can check it out for free, quote unquote. Yeah, loved it.
The one thing that really got me about this is that I do remember you talking about this now. Because when we record a podcast and someone's talking about a game, even if I know the game well or not, I would always watch gameplay footage while we're talking about it. Yeah, I do
as well.
Just so I've got point of reference or whatever. And I remember looking at this and just being blown away by the animation.
Yeah.
Like, the animation is insane in this game. And the characters, they look all right, the playable characters, but it's more about the enemies and the way they react to being hit and the way they stumble forward. And it's just beautiful to look at, this game, even though it's, quite subdued in terms of visuals. Like, it's not going for ultra realism or anything, but the sheer fluidness of the animation is pretty it's got to be 60 frames, right? This is a definite 60 frame game, right?
Yeah, totally worth playing in 60 frames. Yeah,
it just looks too smooth to be anything else. Thanks for look, I mean, there are games that you put forward in these things, we all do it, where we go, we know this isn't going too far, but just getting the opportunity to talk about it on the Game of Year show is worth the price of entry, really, isn't it? So unless it's Hellblade 2, then maybe not so much. Off. But let's see what it's up against. Here we go. Oh no, Sean!
Uh-oh.
It's another one of your games, mate.
Uh-oh.
Animal Well.
Okay.
Let's go.
Weirdly, I think this is the one I've prepared to talk about the least, because I think partly because I think I already know what I'm going to say about it, but also there's probably a lot of common ground with this one, right? I think there's probably quite a few keen to.
Did we all finish it? Did we all see credits?
I didn't.
I think so. I did. Yeah.
We all did layer one.
Oh, okay.
At least.
Right.
Animal Well. It's 2D pixel art platformer, which is it a Metroidvania? Ooh, it's definitely Metroidvania adjacent at the very least, right?
Yes. Yeah.
But in that, yes, you are, you're given this environment and it's kind of up to you where you go. You gain new abilities, which then allow you to access new areas. With a lot of experimentation, you can break that a lot, and quite early if you really want to. But the game is fine with that. Like, it works regardless. There are so many fascinating little design choices in it. The one that still gets me is, so as you're progressing through the world, right, occasionally, I mean, you guys know this, but for the sake of the listeners, if you've not played it, occasionally you'll be running around and then you'll reach an area and there'll be like a little plunger, for like a TNT explosive, like a little plunger, and you press it and it blows up a wall and you back to somewhere you were before. And you're like, okay, that's opened up a shortcut, fine. And then you think, well, why blow up why the plunger? Why blow up a wall? Why? And then Billy Basso, the developer, has mentioned it's because he hates, in Souls games where it's like, here's a door, only opens from the other side though. And it's like, that is fucking annoying. So he's like, so I built a way to do that same mechanism, but without going, here's the door you can't get through. So you end up on the other side without realizing, and you blast open a way back through. And you're just like, God, that's so fucking clever. The fact that someone like me who, I like 2D platformers. I enjoy like watching speedruns, but I'm not the sort of person to like discover like movement tech, right? But this is a game where I was like, what happens if I throw the frisbee and then oh my god. Like, there's so many little things you can figure out with the items you get. And you sort of think, was I supposed to figure that? And then like a little achievement pops and you're like, yes, this is fucking great. And this is before you get into the layers, right? You can finish the game. This is quote unquote, you can get credits and you can have a great experience in like 8 hours at most. But then there's at least one more set of credits to find, right? As far as I'm aware. And there are 4 layers to the game that people talk about, Dave? Is that right?
I think it's been confirmed there's even more now, yeah.
And so it goes from this very surface level, collecting these items, getting to the end and doing it. But then as you go, you're collecting these eggs, and it's never entirely clear what the eggs are for. But then that's another layer. There's then another layer beyond that, and another one beyond that. And it's all like hidden in plain sight, basically, isn't it? I don't think.
Yeah. So
go on, sorry.
Yeah. So the when you say layers, just to sort of like make that clear, what you mean is that you when you go into a game, you have a goal that you think that you need to achieve to beat that game. But once you do that, the game sort of, it doesn't tell you anything. It's not like it goes, you just plonk back in the world, and then you realise, oh, maybe that's not the goal then, even though I've seen credits and the game's ended. And then you think, oh, maybe it's getting all the eggs. And you go, right, so that's layer 2. And then you go, okay, but there's all this weird stuff that I don't know what it means. And then you naturally go on the internet and go, what the hell is this square mean with all these pixels on it? Oh, that's something that you need to link up with loads of other people. That's when you get the rabbits. You have to find the secret rabbits and the stuff you need to get to do to get those rabbits. I mean, that is a perfect example, right? So once you've been through those 2 layers of getting all the eggs, getting the finishing the game, you then like, say for example, you come across a block of pixels and you've got no idea what it's for, and I think there was a number on them or something, and then you realise that everyone gets not everyone, but you get one of like 27 blocks of pixels, and people have come together and gone, well, I've got this one, I've got that one, and it forms a mosaic picture that you use a remote control for that you find within the game to paint it onto a wall, and that creates an opening to a whole new part of the game you didn't even know existed. It's mind-blowing how cool that stuff is. I love stuff like that. And this was perfectly weighted to the point where it didn't hide everything, as you say, in plain sight. So as you're playing it, you're going, what's that? Cuckoo in the back. What does that mean? So you go on and you people come together and work out what all these bits and pieces mean. And I'm sure there's still mysteries in that game that people haven't worked out.
Yeah, and like it's so, the whole thing is so finely tuned that you hear that cuckoo noise and you're like, well, that will be significant. There's no doubt in your mind. It's like, well, that's not just a sound effect because this game doesn't do that. Like, it's like everything's on purpose,
I got deeper into the game than you did.
You did, yeah.
Sean. I not throughout.
I think I did like half the eggs, something like that.
Right. Not throughout my own skill. It had nothing to do with that. It's just I was so wrapped up in it and so excited about it and really intrigued. So I would Google and I would go on YouTube videos that explain things, and I would follow the advice they gave. I felt that I'd worked out enough myself, especially with getting all the eggs. They're very achievable without doing any of that stuff. So it really was that 3rd layer where you're going, okay, this is too much for me to work out on my own. I have to come together. And unfortunately, it would have been brilliant to have been at that level or that layer earlier. So as people were working stuff out, I would love to have been around for that. Instead, it was, here's what you do for this. If you find this, this is what you do for this.
I mean, this is...
And I was a little bit like, okay.
Yeah, this is one problem, isn't it? Because I know that that sort of deepest layer of stuff was supposed to take a while, and it was like, what, 3 days for the internet?
No, I think there was still loads of stuff coming out. I believe the creator of the game actually had to announce something to go, no, hold on, you may have you've not picked up on this yet. So look, I love Animal World so much. Like, I think it was utterly brilliant. And it really will stick with me, that game. I can't wait to see what the developer does next.
So that's the thing. I mean, I really enjoyed it as well. I mean, I didn't go in depth in that way at all. Like, I didn't try and collect all the eggs and all that kind of stuff, but I really did appreciate the mechanics of the game. And I found it very, very, completely
and just visually, and some of the, I don't think that everything was as precise as maybe it could be. I think we all struggled with the bubble bit, for example, is not the greatest area in that game. But there's so much more that is. You know what I mean? That's such a minor gripe by that point. I just definitely think this is one of the games of the year. And if Sean hadn't nominated it, I certainly would have. It was on my list for sure.
Yeah, I really thought you were going to nominate actually, David.
I fully got it in before you did. I knew you were going to nominate it.
Well, this is it. I mean, I did a little bit of game playing this year when it comes to the draft, because I knew Astrobot was getting nominated. I knew Animal Well would. Well, I didn't know Animal Well would get nominated actually, but I knew that a lot of the games that I really wanted nominated were going to be, and I definitely wanted a few of the games that maybe were not as popular to be on that list. So I sort of shied away from it a little bit and let other people pick them. But I don't know how accepted that is within the world of TCGS GotY. But should we see? Oh no, we don't have to see who it's up against. We need to get to the voting. Both Sean's games, Kunitsu-Gami, Path of the Goddess versus Animal Well, and we're going to start with Sean. Sean, which way are you voting?
Token vote for Kunitsu-Gami.
How do you know if it's going to be a token vote? What if we all vote?
Yeah, what if we flip the script now?
I'm definitely going Animal Well. Matt?
I played Animal Well as well. I didn't finish it, but I really enjoyed it for a lot of the reasons you outlined. And although I didn't get as deep into it, it was kind of fascinating, just even from the outside looking in, like hearing about your theories and seeing other people kind of discover other things as a community. So I want to go Animal Well.
And James?
Yeah, I'd probably have to go in Animal Well as well. I mean, purely because it's something I played and really enjoyed, honestly. I mean, Kunitsu-Gami looks fascinating, but yeah, Animal Well was something that I engaged with.
That is fine.
Animal Well is into the next round. Are we all okay? Does anyone need a break, or are we good?
I'm all right.
We're good.
Yeah, we're all good.
Good. We're only an hour in. It's like a short podcast anyway, so we're good. Let's go next out of the hat then. Next out of the hat is it's a Matt Murray game. It is Astrobot.
It is Astrobot. Astrobot is an incredibly good game, and I'm so glad that it's out. We all enjoyed Rescue Mission, the VR game in 2018, and but even back then, when we voted for our game of the year, we could see the creativity, but still niche because it's PSVR 1. We love Astro's Playroom, or the Playroom, when it came out as the PS5 demo disc. But even then, we're like, this is great, but wish more people could see and kind of experience the creativity of what Team Asobi can do, and they've absolutely done that in this game, which I don't know how it's doing sales figures wise, but whatever it is, I'm glad it's had a much larger audience, because Astrobot is just as good as we had hoped. It basically nails it in every possible way. Gorgeous visuals, still so incredibly creative in every single level, and there are dozens of levels in this. And basically, just like the previous versions, you find joy around every single corner. Even though, I was definitely after what we class as a big budget, full 3D, kind of like a Mario-like platformer. Even though these levels are linear, which is unlike a Mario style game. There was certainly the open world, open kind of larger 3D ones. There's still so much creativity even in this kind of linear levels. There are so many, whether it comes to either the abilities or the way to utilize those abilities. Every like 30 seconds or so in these levels, there is something funny, cool, or creative to do. And so, yeah, even when it comes to using like the DualShock, once again, this is another example of how to kind of utilize the DualShock well, possibly the best example since, I don't know, Playroom, I guess. But, even it just makes me, feels like a joy just to pick up the PlayStation controller. Even things like blowing into the controller for the fans on levels, or even the motion controls work incredibly well. Even like having sounds come out of the controller, which generally I'd say are mostly annoying in most games. For this, even the sounds coming out of the controller kind of add another kind of layer to the experience. And obviously there's the music as well, which is incredibly catchy. It was in my head for weeks afterwards. Simple but effective, just like some of the best songs we've heard in other kind of platform games, like Mario games specifically. And it's just an absolute joy in every way, shape or form. There's no reason to get annoyed by it. Even like the more challenging levels, it never feels like it's the game screwing you over. It's you kind of not putting things into place. Like the actual kind of mechanics aren't tricky. It's obviously how you utilize them in like the minute to minute. And some of the more challenging levels are absolutely brilliant. Once you collect all the bots, there's that final level, I can't remember what it's called. And yeah, that's Grandmaster challenge, or that's
challenge.
Yeah, it took me a while, but I got through it. But that's some of the best kind of gaming I've done this year. It's just unbridled. I wouldn't say total joy, but it's just like so satisfying to piece, to pull together all the various kind of abilities and to get through that level without dying. It's fantastic. And then we come on to obviously the PlayStation references. Now, there were PlayStation references littered throughout the entire game. That's what the game is about. But then there are these other levels. Now, we haven't really covered this up to now on this show, but spoilers. We're not. I do want to talk about some of the stuff that we never talked about on the main show, because some of like these other levels.
We mentioned them. I don't think you need to talk about the games that they're referencing.
Okay.
So we spoke about the structure, right? Like after the game come out, we had a separate bit that we said if you really don't want to know about the structure of the game, because that's quite an exciting thing, then please fast forward. But and I think we'll do the same here. I don't think I want to mention what the games are.
Okay. Let's not go specifically on the games. But yeah, basically at the end of each of these planets, there's like another level which is based around a Sony IP, let's call it, and all of them were absolutely brilliant. Like the two massively stand out. Again, I'm not going to get into specifics, but it's just so clever what they do to communicate, these other games, these other IPs, what made them so good, how they work in this new kind of Astrobot style. It's just brilliant. And even like the first time, you discover, like, oh my God, it's that. It's like, even that was like exciting, just finding out what IP, what game, what franchise.
Yeah, the way you introduce them, again, if you really don't want to know, then fast forward. But the way you introduce them is that after you beat the boss of that world, the character who the next level's themed around appears, and you're like, so you get that hit of that's that character that I know. Yeah. And, oh my God, I get to do a level in that style. It's so
well.
Really well.
And some of the mechanics that you use in these levels, which are taken from the main games, it's like it feels. Maybe it shouldn't be a surprise, but it feels exactly like it does in that game, and it works so well in this Astrobot style. Like. Those were an absolute joy, and once you've done one, you're excited to see the next one. And yeah, Eve, not all the games like they reference I've even played, but they were all just brilliant to experience.
Really?
And one of them I hadn't. I'll leave it at that.
The very, very different one.
Well,
you've not played that.
One of them I haven't played yet. I mean, obviously a lot of the others are all pretty big. Right? Yeah, this game has tons of abilities as well, and I think they were all, apart from maybe the punchy like boxing gloves, which I wasn't a huge fan of, but like generally, like they were all brilliant. There's one where you become like a sponge and you get to like soak up bits of water and then deploy that by like squirting flowers to make them grow. There's like the time stopper one. I think is my favorite, where you just stop time. I think you put like a little a PSVR 1 headset on and stops time. And then things in the environment, I think there's like darts that are flying through the air, they would stop and you'll use them as platforms once you stop the clock. There's one level where you have a mouse ability and you shrink down, and so the level is big.
That level is unbelievable.
Absolutely incredible. So all of those abilities as well were immense fun, and how you utilize them in the various levels were brilliant. And 100% of this, I got the platinum. We wanted Sony to have like kind of a mascot platformer. A mascot for platformers. I hadn't really had it before, and they've absolutely got one now. I'm interested to see what they do next, because we've had basically these 3 games, the VR game, the tech demo, Playroom, and now this. Obviously, they've all aped PlayStation franchises, games, IP, etc. But and I was thinking, like, would I want another one? I absolutely do. It's absolutely brilliant. And if they made another one, I'd obviously absolutely play it. It'd be interesting to see whether they would potentially go more kind of larger, less linear 3D levels, but I think they've proven they've got the pedigree, the creativity, and I could keep playing these. And it's an absolutely stunning game, and I'm mostly like glad that more people get to experience and see and play Astrobot. Like, after we were saying, VR mission, the rescue mission's really good, and this is good. It's just amazing that more people get to go, this is as good as everyone has said it is in the past.
That casino level is mind blowing, and yes. One of the things that really annoyed me is that there was a lot of people saying, "Yeah, it's good, but it's not Mario good," and I'm going, "Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it is Mario good."
Yeah, I hear that debate a lot about. I mean, we've said it before at Rescue Mission, and what is Mario good? Is Mario good kind of constant creativity, or bringing in an idea and then ditching it after like 2 minutes? Is it kind of the combination of the visuals and the sounds, or how it makes you feel, or the creativity? And in that case, yes, it absolutely is. I mean, Mario is a different style of game. The Mario games are different, and they do different things. But all the things I just mentioned, and many more, it feels like a Mario quality game, which we haven't had outside of Mario before.
It's the continuous creativity with this, which is like incredible. Yeah. But also just how well like everything moves, and just it's. I mean, I went crazy with this game. I mean, I platinumed it in like 2 days because I just couldn't stop playing.
I remember that.
It was one of the best experiences I've had, like not just this year, but for quite a while. It was incredible. I just hope one of mine isn't up against this, because it's amazing.
It's just incredibly uncynical as well. Uncynical in like a world of games which have this or that, or things which I don't want to do this, or grinding, or whatever that is. There is none of that. There's zero of that. It's not twee either. It just hits the right marks, and what an absolute pleasure to play it.
It's just fucking cool. All that stuff, the music, the stuff in the desert when you're or the sort of hub area
in hub world. Yeah, that's also great. Where like you see every bot you collect in each level, they then go back.
The one thing I didn't get, and I never really got round to talking to you guys about this. One thing I didn't get that I'm interested to see, what is that safari area about?
That is odd, actually, because I went there and I thought there's got to be something there that is going to add to the 100% or something. But
I thought I'd be collecting things. That is a good point, actually. Yeah, I don't quite. It almost feels like, hey, should something else have been added to this? But I thought there was going to be a whole mini game, like an Animal Crossing style thing, maybe. I don't know, or like Viva Pinata. I don't know.
I don't know what was going on.
For every bot you collect in the world, you go out to the hub world, and they fly out the controller, and then they will then become essentially like references to other games, almost like kind of mini dioramas, so you might have like 2 or 3 in a row, 2 or 3 together, and they might be like Street Fighter characters, or there might be other characters from either PlayStation franchises or PlayStation adjacent franchises like Metal Gear Solid and stuff. But yeah, even they're really good, and there's all like achievements and stuff associated with them. There's loads of customization things which I didn't really bother. You can change like your color and style of like the controller and the outfits and stuff, but I can't do that once.
Bother?
Well, I changed like the pads to like the gold one, I think it was, because that looked cool, and I changed the outfit once to get an achievement, but I didn't need to because I was in the level so much and wasn't really...
I did my graffiti one. The only regret I've got is that I didn't get the Astrobot controller, to be honest with you.
Astrobot controller is nice,
yeah.
Did you get the platinum in the end?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I know you're saying like you didn't want to do that, but...
Yeah, because I thought you were kind of like not into that, David. I thought. And then,
no, and I hated myself as I was doing it because the trophies are just like, they are shit. It is like, I'll just hit this guy, just do that. It's busy work. Like, and that's not what's good about Astrobot. Like, the good side of Astrobot is that all the stuff that they brought out with the speedrun stuff is great. I've not tried it yet, and I didn't know this was a thing, but they've released a Christmas level.
Yeah, I heard about this.
And
really?
I cannot.
I didn't know that was there. Okay.
It's out now, yeah. It's out now.
Brilliant.
Like just a normal level that you get to do it Christmas themed. That just makes me think of Christmas nights into dreams.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? Like, that is the perfect, like, I loved that game. And then when there was a Christmas version, I might have cried when I got Christmas nights into dreams. I remember being sick. I think Mum and Dad...
It wasn't very good, yeah?
No!
Shut the fuck up.
God, I remember... No, you're an idiot if you do... I think I
because
happened.
It was on the front, obviously, of the magazine, wasn't it?
Yeah. I bought the magazine and gave it to my mum and dad to wrap it up for me for Christmas.
I played that on my CD player loads. The music was so good.
It wasn't good. I mean, it was good at the time, like when you were into that sort of world.
I haven't played it since.
This is the problem, because I've never played Nights, but...
Have you not?
I know, I look at it and it just looks like Balan Wonderworld. I just think, nah, not really into that.
Right, I've decided I'm voting for Christmas Nights.
James.
I've literally got a Christmas Night CD right next to me, actually, like to hand, which is weird. But
Sean, you will love this game.
I know.
I cannot. The problem is, I think there's less chance of you getting a PS5 next year because the Switch 2's coming out next year.
That's true, yeah.
And I can't blame you for going, I'm getting the Switch 2 over the PS5. Like, I can't blame you for that. I just wish Blockbusters was still about so you could rent it for a week because that fucking game is so good and you will love it so much. And
this isn't like The Last of Us or God of War and stuff where like that will come to PC. I just don't see this coming to PC in the same way.
Yeah, because
it relies on the controller too much.
Yeah. Shame.
It's a fucking fantastic game. Let's see what it's up against. I mean, it's a big contender. It is a big contender. Let's see. It is one of... No, it's not one of yours. It is one of mine. Astrobot versus Harold Halibut.
Oh, dear.
Okay. I just think you're in the wrong mood for this, Sean, because I genuinely believe if you're in the right mood for it, I think you'd loved it, but you didn't, and I get that, and I'm not going to say you're wrong, because the criticisms you level towards Harold Halibut are valid and understandable. I am so glad this is in the hat, though. And there comes a time where you play a game and it sticks with you, right? And it makes you think about things, and you get absorbed by its world, and you know it's full of faults, and you know that there's probably not enough puzzling involved. You know that actually this is just Harold Halibut walking about, and there's a lot of tedious walking from one place to the next and nothing really happening, and just going, okay, I've got to get up and walk down to this level and stuff like that. But there's something about it that grabs you and you fall into that world, and that is it. You're gone, and you fall in love with the characters and the tone and the feeling and the look of it. And that's what happened to me with Harold Halibut. What is Harold Halibut? It is essentially a walking simulator that looks like a point-and-click adventure. You play as Harold, and Harold is... I can't remember if he was born on this ship, but a ship that during the Cold War was built to leave Earth behind because the nuclear war was coming, and off they went. The ship went off, and it went to a planet, and it crashed into the sea of another planet. And there, this spaceship has been surviving somehow under the sea in this unknown planet, and it's about the monotony of the community that have been born and raised in this spaceship under the ocean. They know, and then there's, I mean, it's not a spoiler because it's pretty much in the promotional material. You discover that actually they get the message from Earth that, oh, the Cold War's over now, nothing happened, it's fine. And it's about how can we get out. But all of that stuff, all of that plot, how do we get out of this ocean? There's all this like time sensitive stuff. It's like we there's a certain point of gravity within this planet that we can propel ourselves out of the sea and continue on our journey finally. But all that stuff's happening around Harold. He's not really interested in it. He's not really. It doesn't really directly involve him. He's not a scientist. He's not someone that works on the ship. He's a lab assistant, and he goes and fetches things for the scientists, and they treat him like shit. And ultimately, it's a beautiful story about someone discovering what they want in life and having the confidence to do it. That's what Harold Halibut's about, and we spoke about it a lot. And you when the game came out, Sean, and you said one of the things that angered you about it is, why does everyone treat him like shit? And why is everyone treating him like, you know, it might as well be a utensil that's left on the side to in this lab, and that's totally on purpose, by the way. Like that is totally.
I just personally found it just frustrating to witness. Yeah, they do.
I think they overhand that stuff at the start. They do. The characters within the game do start to show their likeness and fondness for Harold. And that stuff is really touching, right? And that stuff is really cool because you can see how he reacts to that. You could see, oh, there are glimpses here that he's not just being bullied; he's just being taken for granted, right? And Harold just focuses on doing his job and trying to make sure everything's okay. But then later on, you find out that he's got an ex-girlfriend, and that all starts bubbling up, and you're like, Harold, what have you been up to, you dirty dog?
Imagine Harold boy.
Oh,
I can't imagine Harold fucking. The plastic Play-Doh everywhere. Can you try and get that stuff out of the carpet? Play-Doh, I'm talking about Play-Doh. I can't, you know, I wish I could express what this game did to me a little bit in a little bit of a better way. All I could do is sit there and say I was totally invested in Harold. There's a moment in the game where, again, not a spoiler, it's what the whole game's about, it's on the front cover. Harold is doing one of his normal chores, so about 2 hours into the game, or an hour and a half into the game, Harold's doing one of the chores that you've done a couple of times before while playing the game, but a figure is floating in this tank that you're supposed to be cleaning. You empty the tank, and Harold discovers an alien that has made its way into the ship from the ocean that you've crashed in. That moment is so good. I loved it so much. It was dramatic. It was beautifully shot. The music bubbled up, and there's just a moment where he kneels down to hate the help. You don't even see it happening. It happens behind a sort of screen. You see a small window of Harold discovering this alien and kneeling down to help it. And it lump in the throat stuff for me. I know it did nothing for you, Sean, but I was like, fuck, man, that is beautiful. Like, it's actually beautiful. There's also a scene where Harold is walking away from someone, and a song plays, which is by a band called Bad Bad Not Good, who I'd never heard of before, but the lead singer in this particular song with that band was the lead singer from Future Islands. Right. And it is incredible the way that works with the camera suddenly panning behind Harold as he's walking away from something. I'm not going to spoil it. There's just so many shots and moments in that game that make me go, do you know what? This is special. We're not going to see games like this regularly. And even more in the future, they're going to be rare, even more rare. And for them to have created this is something special to me. I fucking love it. And I haven't even talked about the art style, which was the go-to. Look at that. It looks weird. it's even
done
I can't. It looks like a stop motion claymation stuff.
But yeah, it's so unique, isn't it? Like, it's kind of mad we haven't had a game. Have we? I mean, Clayfire, like it must be some other example. But like, it's so well done. It's so unique. It's kind of mad we haven't had more of that. But yeah, like that's the initial kind of open draw,
and
isn't
by
it?
going for that sort of handcrafted style, like it looks fucking real at times. Like it's mad.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, it really does. It looks like the sets are all individually built. In real life, it's shot like a fucking Wallace and Gromit movie, and you can tell that has happened because, as you say, everything looks real. The lighting is incredible in places, and some of the characters, man, what a fucking game! I'm so sad that no one else got into it, so I could share my love for it.
Did anyone else, James or Matt? Did you try it? Or...
No, I
did.
You did. Okay.
Was it on Game Pass?
It was.
It was Game Pass, yeah.
Yeah, I thought about, but yeah, I never got round to it. It's yeah.
I don't blame you. Look, I don't blame you. It's a hard sell. It's really drab as well. I mean, you guys know how much I like. Yeah, you guys know how much I like to sort of adore the drab and the sort of mundane and stuff like that. And this game relishes in that. That's what it's all about. I fucking love it, man. Harold, you're my boy, but it's time to vote. We have Astrobot or Harold Halibut. Sean, which way would you like to vote?
Haven't played one, but will probably like it. I have played the other, actively disliked it. I'm probably going to have to go for Astrobot, aren't I?
Fair enough. Matt?
Astrobot for me.
James?
Yeah, sorry, Astrobot.
Look, guys, my vote should be Astrobot. It's the better game. I love it. I loved it more than Harold Halibut. But as a mark of respect for my boy Harold, I'm going to give him a vote. So Astrobot goes through, Harold Halibut goes out.
Can I briefly tell you?
If anyone that worked on that game is listening to this, thanks. Because I fucking loved it. I really, really loved it. So thanks for making it. I know it was an ordeal to get that out, but it really touched me. So thank you.
Can I just say just quickly why I'm extra upset with Harold Halibut this week? It's because
go on.
So I mentioned that one of our listeners, Mark, I believe, was running this TCGS Fantasy Critic League this year. I ended up in a not so respectable 4th place, and it was Harold Halibut that cost me the podium. I think it's the one game.
Oh, well, did you think it would higher?
I thought it would do all right. Yeah, it was on my list, and it only got like low 70s on Metacritic or OpenCritic, I think it uses. And that's what let my score down. So
shame. Oh, shame.
Don't blame my boy Harold for that.
He's
right, let's see what's next. It's a blame.
I said it is to blame.
It's a blame. Like you went, it's a blame. I very feel. Right. Oh, I've got another game. Brilliant. I've got to get all emotional again.
Uh-oh.
Neva is a game that I adored.
Should we say what it's actually called, just in case people get confused?
It's Neva, yeah? Or is it
No,
Neva?
It's Neva.
I'm confused.
She says all of them.
Yeah.
She says all
but
of them.
let's just stick with one for the listeners' sake.
Right. Neva, Neva. This is the follow-up or the spiritual successor to Greece, which is a game that we really enjoyed. Sean.
We did.
Absolutely loved that game, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah, I enjoyed it too. It's great.
Yeah. So I wasn't expecting this. I knew that there was a follow-up to Greece. I assumed that it would be very similar to that game, right? And then when I started playing it, I was like, okay, it is very similar to that game. You play as does the protagonist have a name?
Yes, but I've forgotten it. Shit. Can't remember.
I'm not too sure. But
Alba.
Alba. Thank you.
Alba, that's it. So Alba, female protagonist, she's walking along a crow falls from the sky or a bird falls from the sky due to some sort of weird sort of mist, falls down, turns into flowers, and this mist then starts taking over the land. She has with her a wolf who tries to fight and save Alba from this sort of dark entity. The wolf dies, and the wolf's cub then becomes your sidekick throughout your adventure. That's kind of a really crass way of putting it, but that's what that thing does. Yeah, little minion. Yeah, little fucker who walks around the stage with it. So there is stuff that I expected from this game after playing Greece and loving Greece, and that was how beautiful it was, how it controlled, and that it was going to be just an utter feast for the eyes and ears and senses. Right. What I didn't expect is that it's actually a way more competent platformer, and it's way more competent as a combat game, and so I didn't expect it to push forward as much as this game did. You travel through loads of different... It's like 4 seasons, but within those seasons there's about 4 or 5 chapters or 4 or 5 areas. And what's great is that once you complete a chapter, you can go back to it, and when you flick through the screenshots of those areas, all of them are different. Visually different. There are bright red ones, bright blue ones. There are mirror levels. There are golden areas. Like it's just relentlessly creative with the visual styles. And you get to the end, and it's the first game that brought me to tears. Like genuinely brought me to tears. I was touched by it. I loved what it did. There wasn't a moment that went past that I thought this could be cut or they're trying to drag this out. It has some really cool ideas, and they're mainly visual, right? So I don't think it does anything exceptional in terms of platforming, for example. But what it does do is it makes up for that in you just being absolutely, but like not waiting. I could not wait to see what was next. What did they have for me next? And it does some really cool stuff. I mentioned it earlier. There's a mirror area where you're fighting stuff that's within the mirror, but you're on your side of the... It's just... And that stuff all feels natural and brilliant and beautiful. And
sorry, just on the mirror again, like that mirror level is my favorite part of the game. It's so I mean, it's not even like that much of a clever idea. I'm sure we've played other games with it, but it's just so well done.
And it's also very brief. Like I think a lot of other games would be tempted to drag it out.
Have the entire world around that, maybe.
Yeah, like and I think I said at the time, like the pacing of this game, like for a game where there are sections where you are just running in one direction for upwards of like 20-30 seconds and just watching the scenery go by, like I think the pacing is phenomenal. Like I think it knows how to play that stuff, and it knows the more involved gameplay segments, it knows how to make sure none of those ideas outstay their welcome. I think it's really, really beautifully done.
Just on the running thing, I thought that those are really impactful because they're few and far between. Yeah, and like that, sure. Like it might be like 30. It felt like a while, but 30 seconds of running from side to side, see the beautiful landscape, see the beautiful kind of design, the artwork. It's just those are more impactful as a result because often they came, I guess, in a chapter or before like a boss fight, and they're really well done.
And some people do hate those bits. Like I've spoken to people who do not like those segments where you just run
really
around. Yeah, but
what's shit? Name them.
No, I'm not naming and shaming them.
Name them.
But do you know what I mean? I know just to some people it's like, well, I'm not doing anything. Whereas I think this game...
But they're really short.
Exactly. They're short enough, and the game is beautiful enough. And I think that's valid. You know when people talk about like style over substance, I'm like, yeah, but style can be substance sometimes for a bit.
Because
like that's fine.
It does a brilliant job of making you feel like comfortable in that world as well, and that it's more than just the game you're playing. If you see what I mean, it's
and the sense of traversal, even though. Like I said at the time when we talked about it, like it doesn't necessarily make sense, like the way you are moving through the world, but that's fine because it's operating on sort of dream logic, right? Like none of it really has to sort of add up. I think, I think it does that really
it doesn't.
Well.
I mean, a Stonewall Game of the Year contender for me. I absolutely loved it. I was a little bit disappointed that no one loved it quite as much as I did.
Yeah, I mean, the ending didn't land the same way for me. I know we talked about it afterwards, after we talked about it on the show, but overall, I did really love it. I think what and this will sound like a sort of backhanded compliment, and it's not. It's a very sincere one. The sort of progression from Greece to this, like, I feel like the team's best work is ahead of them in like a really positive way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they've so clearly.
That's the thing, isn't it, Sean? Yeah, that is the thing.
Like, they've so clearly built on what Greece did well, and they've sharpened it. And I think when they do so again, it'll be absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah. No, I agree. That's the thing. The step between this and Greece makes me go, holy shit, what's next?
Yeah.
I think you're right. It's exciting. Should we see what it's up against?
It's probably one of mine now. I've said all that. Neva was shit, actually.
There's 4 Jameses to go in, so the odds are.
No, we're waiting right for the end for those. After I've had a few more cans.
Well, it's a Sean game. Oh my god, it's Ultros.
Oh, fuck.
It feels kind of like a weird, very stylized game.
Yeah, the two most beautiful 2D games of the year. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, that is tough. Go on then, why is this on the list?
It's another Metroidvania. It's been a fucking good year for Metroidvanias. Let's be clear about that.
There's been a lot of them, isn't there?
Yeah, and there's at least one more to come up. Yeah.
Alarmo is not a Metroidvania.
Ultros, 2D Metroidvania. You wake up on what the game describes as a cosmic uterus. It's a giant spaceship that houses this terrible being called Ultros, which has been used by sort of healers to like deposit negative thoughts in for generations, and it's turned into this horrible evil creature, and it's your job to stop it somehow. But it's not entirely clear how you're supposed to do that. You wake up on this ship, and it's clearly kind of fucked, right? There's like plants everywhere, and no sort of, or very, very few survivors you can actually have a conversation with. It's like overrun by wildlife and stuff. And you run around with a sword, and you're slashing the fuck out of the monsters and having a great time. It, introduces you to like these cool combat mechanics, where when you kill enemies, you get like edible materials from them, right? And the more varied your attacks are when you fight them, the better the quality of the material. So if you just run at an enemy and just slash them repeatedly, then you get shit, right? You get not actual shit, poor quality materials, which don't really help. But if you maybe do like a stealth attack on one and then jump and then dive kick on it and then slash it once more in the face, then you'll get like high quality meat. It's just how it works in real life, I imagine. And then you eat those, and then they give you like different stats, which you then spend on abilities. You're making your way through the world, you defeat your first boss, and then time resets to the start of the game. Now, a lot of people heard that this was like a time loop game and were put off by it because, to be fair, the idea of like, Metroidvania usually is like, here's a huge map, here's you painstakingly making your way through it and making progress and really feeling like you're traversing across this huge world. So I understand why on paper the idea of one where it's like, aha, now you're back to the start again would sound frustrating, but it's really not. Because for starters, you like the map that you've unlocked to that point stays unlocked, and also you very quickly get the ability to like. So as you're unlocking abilities as you go by eating stuff and paying the points to like unlock these new abilities, you can then pin some of those. You get items that allow you to like, right, these are the abilities I want to start with next time. And you're going through this cycle of beating these bosses, and there's these like shaman that are in these sort of tombs, and you're sort of destroying them and then going back to the start of the game, and you're kind of doing that over and over. And you're having a good time, but it starts feeding in this stuff about gardening. And you're kind of like, well, what? Why? I thought I was running around killing stuff and having a good time. What's the deal? Why is this one character teaching me how to feed animals and plant trees? And I don't really care. This isn't interesting. And through the course of the game, you start to realise how that stuff is useful, because what happens is you plant seeds in certain, you collect seeds as you're going around the world, you plant them in certain places where there's like fertile ground, and then when time resets, it resets you and all the enemies and all that stuff, but the plants continue to grow during the reset. So a tree you planted in a previous cycle, you might then come back to it, and it's now a platform you can use to get somewhere else. So again, you're going back to the start, but you're getting in, and a lot of your abilities are resetting, but you're opening up new paths through the world. And rather than it feeling like a setback, you start looking forward to the next reset, because you're like, right, shit, I know I've planted all these seeds. It's going to open up all this stuff, and I'm going to be able to access these new areas, or at least get to places quicker. And it's, and so that then becomes this new layer to it. And I think at the time when I talked about this is back in January, February, I sort of talked around it because I didn't know how much I wanted to spoil. It's now fully, public knowledge that basically...
Was it January, February? Really?
Yeah, this was like right at the start of the year.
God, was it?
I thought it was after Prince of Persia, though, wasn't it?
Well, no, this was it. It was around the same time, which I think was probably a very bad move.
That's why I didn't want to play it. Because 13th of Feb it come out. Shit. That's crazy.
So yeah, and then basically by the end, you are not fighting at all. You are just gardening. You're still running around. It's still a 2D Metroidvania, but the enemies aren't attacking you anymore because I mean, and this is what's fascinating, is because it's about you and your character's turn from being aggressive to becoming like a pacifist, right? And the fact that, like, when you first start, you're like, oh, cool, there's like an ability here that means the enemies don't attack me. That'll be really good for like getting the drop on them or doing a stealth attack. And then by the end, you're like, no, it's so I can just fucking let them get on with their day. Like, just because I don't need to fight them anymore. And you actually, not only are you not fighting them, but you realise that those fertile patches where you can plant the seeds, they're fertilized by the creatures, right? And they all have food that they like. So then you're in this thing of like finding the food that they want so that you can feed them. They then fertilize the ground. You plant something that then becomes... So you can really, really manipulate the way the plants grow, which then becomes this like world-spanning puzzle where basically you are trying to connect the entire map with plant life. And it's beautiful, like the way it's like it's not going to land for everyone, because at no point is it like it's not sort of having a go at you for fighting stuff or saying like you should stop fighting stuff, you should be planting seeds, because there's an ending for fighting and killing everything, and it's great. It's not like, oh, this isn't the real ending, but obviously then there is a second quote unquote proper ending for doing all the plant stuff. And I find it so interesting because it's like there's a lot of references to like Buddhism in the game, right? I think there's a lot of drug stuff in there as well, which I don't really get, obviously, because I'm a fucking square.
What?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of Pringles, is there? Pringles, is it?
Probably, yeah.
I thought that's why you were into it, Sean. It was the...
Well, yeah, it's basically this is my like methadone. Do you know what I mean? This is my sort of... This is how I get my fix. But it's really interesting because obviously there's a cycle of death and rebirth in the game, right? Which obviously certain sort of elements of Buddhism are down with, and there's also mentions of karma, right? Karma being, people often talk about karma as if it's like, oh, if you do something bad, then something bad will happen to you, but that's not quite how it supposedly works. It's more like, look, these are the lessons you've got to learn through your many, many lifetimes. And it's sort of... when games have... Sorry, I'm going to fucking ramble now, as if I haven't already. When games have like a non-violent method and a violent method, and the violent method is usually the bad way of doing things, or you get the worse ending or a lower rating if you do like the more lethal method. It's like you're being told off
Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah. Whereas this feels more like...
Dishonored.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas this feels more like, look, it is your karma to initially be violent and then transition out of it, and that's just your karma. We're not going to fucking tell you off. That's just the structure of the game. That's just how it works, and that is fine. And that just felt weirdly refreshing, I thought. I haven't even talked about the visuals and the music. Fuck me. It's the visuals aren't for everyone. A lot of people think it looks like a neon nightmare. They're not entirely wrong. I think it's gorgeous. The artwork's by El Huervo, who did some stuff on Hotline Miami famously, but he's a artist in his own right. I think it looks incredible. That there are ways to tone down some of the visuals if you find it a bit much. I did initially, but I was like, no, this feels like a shame. Like, I don't want to blur out the backgrounds when they're so beautifully detailed. The soundtrack, as any listeners of the show will know, I now own a turntable because of this game, because I've just had to have the soundtrack on something physical. It's fucking stunning. It's by Oscar Redalius, aka Rat Vader, who did the soundtrack for The Gunk, which I didn't really get on with, but I had the soundtrack
that was
on
the
repeat
Xbox
for
game, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a weird game, man.
It was a weird game, but I thought the soundtrack was stunning, and then I found out he did this as well, and it's just absolutely incredible. The fact that he's gone with presumably, an indie budget, and he's created something that just sounds like a fucking cosmic orchestra is just absolutely stunning. Yeah, like I say, I had to have the soundtrack on something physical just to be able to have it in the room. And then, and I was like, well, I should probably get a fucking turntable to actually listen to it on then. So that sort of became an obsession.
And now he's a superstar DJ.
Me?
Sure?
Oh, yeah.
You do all the mixing and all the scratching.
I've only got the one turntable, so I have to... I mean, all right, guys, that's one song. Just give me a second while I take that record off. And
he's got that, but he's also got like the light show and all that kind of stuff as well.
And right, that was the Ultros Saga soundtrack. Is anyone like Wigfield? Is anyone...
Yeah, I've got 2 vinyls. I've got the Ultros soundtrack and Tubular Bells free. So good luck, everyone.
I think and the visuals and the soundtrack really helped when you're in the latter stages and you're doing the sort of essentially, this puzzle game. It felt good in the way puzzles do, but bolstered by that soundtrack and those visuals, and it was just this wonderfully just serene experience. Like I say, sort of walking through this world that previously felt hostile, but never actually was. It was just your understanding of it was flawed and your approach to it wasn't right. Do you know what I mean? It's fucking great. Yeah. It's not the best Metroidvania ever. Probably, hand on heart, I didn't play enough of it. Probably Prince of Persia is technically a better Metroidvania. I just thought it was super interesting what this game did with the form. Same as with Animal Well. It's not a straight Metroidvania. I think it's just a very fucking interesting one, and I loved it.
Yeah. Cool. Well, let's get to voting. Okay, let's get to voting. Neva or Ultros? Sean, you get the first vote.
Ultros.
I'm obviously going Neva. Neva. Matt?
Yeah, I didn't really get talked about Neva, but I'm going to go vote for Neva. Mostly, although it didn't blow me away, or I didn't like it quite as much as you did, mostly because I was waiting for a truly kind of mega impactful moment, which I didn't quite get there for me. I still really liked it, so I'm going to vote for Neva.
Okay. James?
I'm going to vote for Ultros, even though I didn't play it. I mean, all the things that Sean has just said, I really think it's something that I would enjoy if I played it, because I love this style of game. And, yeah.
All right, well, it's a deadlock then, isn't it?
Deadlock.
God damn.
Right, let's talk.
You made your point, James. Let's change so we can move on. I need a wee.
Do you know what was nice? I was just going to say regarding the soundtrack, because obviously this is one of these games I've been shouting about all year, and it feels like no one's listening. Not having a go at anyone in particular, just everyone I know and everyone who listens to the podcast. But when I was doing my Lego streams, and I was doing I had a playlist that had just sort of ambient game soundtrack stuff. And it was just really nice that, like, whenever an Ultros track came on, people, like, just one or two people in the chat were like, holy shit, what is this? Like, so I was like, good, it's not just me, fucking hell. Yeah, it was nice.
James, did you not get on with Neva then, or what?
I mean, I enjoyed
What's
it.
This about?
I enjoyed it, but I didn't have the same sort of like emotional sort of resonance with it, I think, as you did.
I was really surprised by that. I got to say, I was really surprised when we did that podcast. Like, we didn't talk about it, and then we recorded it, and I was like, "What? Am I the only one?"
No, I mean, I liked it. I just, it didn't. I thought it was going to, like, break my heart in some way a bit.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah, it broke my heart. It broke my heart.
So this is the problem, is that obviously,
obviously
I'd love to see Ultros go ahead, but also I've zero appetite for putting the boot into Neva either. So
that's the thing. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I wouldn't say. That's the thing. I didn't hate that game at all. It was a good game, but I do think that probably, if I'd have played Ultros, I think I probably would have enjoyed it more because it looked really.
But you didn't.
I know.
I mean, it definitely feels like there's more layers to Ultros than there is to Neva.
Yeah. Time,
and it's got drug stuff
to change your vote, James.
Oh, I don't know why you're looking at me.
I don't need to change my vote. I mean,
Matt, you love a drug.
Matt might want to change his vote.
Well, that's it. I mean, that is an actual interesting point. I'm not changing my vote, obviously. Sean's not changing his vote, obviously. It's between you two, really. You got to work it out.
I'm tempted.
Really? Why?
So what? Never.
Never.
Well, that's annoying, isn't it? The fact that we can't even find the right way to say the name.
Doesn't even know what it's called, mate.
Yeah, name it properly. I mean, I'm not going to say I'm disappointed in Never Neva. I just it didn't quite hit me in the way I thought it did, but I also haven't played Ultros, so.
Ultros looks amazing. Like it looks.
It really does.
It does. Yeah. 100%. Yeah.
What the fuck is this? Am I smelling a deal? I'm smelling a deal here.
No, I also thought that Sean gave a very good, defense of the game.
Yeah, it was much more impassioned than David. I'll say that much.
James, you don't talk like this.
Sounds like business speak, and I know you hate that.
I think a really impassioned speech from Sean.
He gave a very good defence of that game.
What's the deal? What's the deal, James?
David, you're not going to do that again. You think we're going to do the same deal again? You idiot.
What are you talking about? What are you referring to,
Hang on,
Matt?
yeah,
what? Last year's deal where you thought you caught... Well, you did catch me and James.
Oh, yeah. I did catch you, Tony. Yeah.
Well, this wouldn't be...
You two fucking Knuckles and... What is it?
Bebop.
It's the boss and Knuckles. It's the boss and Knuckles. Hey, Knuckles.
It wasn't actually, because we got one of your games out. That's how good it was.
You got us in trouble again, James. Oh, sorry, boss. But this is different. This is a whole different dynamic. Sean and... Why are you not on my side, Matt? Because Sean and James clearly have a deal.
We do not have a deal.
We really don't.
I'm just thinking
I nearly
what
said
would be
we do
more
not
interesting
clearly have a deal, which would not have sounded right.
But why would he vote for Ultros other than the fact that he's been told to by
good.
Sean?
No,
it makes no sense.
No one's told me anything. No one's told me a single thing.
And I can really appreciate that. The soundtrack side
I know
of stuff
they
is
haven't,
also...
Matt. I know. I'm not suggesting you're in it. And you shouting, no one's told me anything. No one's told me anything. Makes you more suspicious. So to stop that right now, something's going on here. I smell fish.
Howard Halibut's out, David. Get over it.
It's very, very fishy in here. And James, for some reason, is going, oh, actually, a game that I have no interest in. And
that's not true.
That is the opportunity to play. You've had a whole year to play it and you haven't fucking
I've had a whole year to play it, but also Neva, whatever, didn't stay long in my memory. It wasn't something I'd want to go back to. It's
right, but you played it and enjoyed it.
Yeah, I played it and enjoyed it, but it wasn't anything. I don't think it was anything particularly special. That's the problem.
So you would rather go Ultros, a game that you've decided not to play all year round. Something is going on.
Nothing's going on.
What have you done?
The thing is, when Dave gets like this, is he has actually been right often enough that I can't just be like, you're paranoid.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, but I stopped cock is twice. I mean, it was correct twice today.
What did you call me?
Nothing. Nothing.
Just looking at the box art for Ultros is brilliant.
I know what the saying is before everyone comes up to me and says, "Oh, you got it wrong." I know it's stop clock. It's called banter.
Okay. What? I mean, can't just drop an L and say that's banter.
Can't I?
Can't drop the L.
I do it every week.
No.
Okay, well, I mean,
the Crystal Palace are out of the cup.
Yeah, it's Carabao. Don't give a fuck, mate. Anyway, the way I'm saying it is that is the only one here making a defence is actually strangely James Farley, not you, David. So I think I might switch.
Oh, goddamn.
Oh,
I think it's a sensible thing to do because, you know.
Fuck you, James. Right, okay. I will work out what this deal is. Ladies and gentlemen, I will work out what this deal is. And James,
the thing that doesn't exist.
I'm going to sniff it out. There's a dirty fish, and I believe that fish has James's name on it and Sean on the underbelly.
Don't know what you're saying.
God, boss. He's texting him now. Oh no, boss. What are we going to do? And he's like, "Shut up, Knuckles. Don't say anything. You
Don't I defend Ultros, boss?
With the fishes."
Yes, I think I'm going to switch because there's more of a compelling argument, frankly, for Ultros than has been from your side, David.
What's the more compelling argument?
Well, a lot of stuff James said.
Everyone be quiet. I want to hear what Matt said. I want to know, Matt, what's the more compelling argument?
Sean,
Yeah, go on.
Go on. No, go on. You go.
No, explain what the more compelling argument is and not what James said.
Well, I mean, the thing that I guess caught my eye or pricked my ears up was the fact, like you're planting these seeds and they become platforms in kind of later runs, and that seemed like an interesting concept that hasn't really been talked about enough for fear of spoilers. But now I hear about that, just feels more compelling. Yeah. And I'm not saying I didn't. Really? I'm not saying I hated Neva. Of course not. I'm just saying. It didn't get me in the way I wanted it to, and this was like a really compelling option.
So Matt's involved somehow.
It was fine. Like maybe
David, just because you go against your game doesn't mean there's a deal happening.
No, it's not that. It's a game that you enjoyed playing, and you're going against it for a game that you haven't played, and you've had the opportunity to play since February the 13th.
Bullshit! Don't call me that.
No, you can't call me that.
You can't. You can't just vote for something just because it's like, oh, you haven't played the other game. It's like, that's nonsense.
No, not when there's a deal on the table.
There is no deal, David. You're too paranoid.
Okay. This is mental because this is one of the games of the year. Never even really is out.
That's the
Ultros is few.
Yeah, I'll stick with Ultros then. Thanks for confirming that.
You make it so blatant, James, that there's a deal.
It's just what he's like.
It literally isn't this time. It's nothing. Sean gave a very, very good argument.
And I agree.
It literally isn't this time. I mean, listen to yourself. It's fucking pathetic. Oh my God, why are we doing this?
Dave, this is the bit of every year when Dave realises the system is somewhat flawed.
Yeah, but only because, right, the listeners fucking hate me, so I don't get a look in with the wild card. Then you lot fucking hate me, so then there's all these deals going on that I'm not aware of. I'm blissfully unaware going,
there's no deal, Jesus Christ!
It's so fucking clearly a deal. It's so clearly a deal. We all love this game, and we're voting it out for a game that only one of us has played again. This is mental. All over again.
I mean, David, just look at the box art of like Ultros. It looks amazing.
So good,
it looks really good. Yeah.
Piss break. I need a piss break, and I need to smash a mirror.
I vote for piss. Okay, yeah.
I'm going to need to go and get another beer.
I vote for piss. You vote for piss. Yeah, you just did, mate. You just did.
Oh, that's touchy.
Hardly any of my games have been pulled, and I'm really a little bit drunk at this point.
Once again, it's been proven over and over again that that's not the case.
It is the case. I mean, that's what's happened this.
It's not.
It is okay in this case. Absolutely, it is. Like all of Sean's have been pulled so far, apart from Balatro, and I've had one so far.
Right. So this week,
you've had Helldivers, you've had Halibut, and you've had Neva as well. Like, 3 of yours are gone.
Yes, but this isn't a regular occurrence, James. This is a change. Mate, honestly, I'm so fucking done with you guys. We are now... We're halfway through the round of 16. It's so clear that you're ganging up on me. It fucking... I don't know why I fucking bother.
We're not. Absolutely not.
Okay, all right. But yeah, I'm not. We're not. We just voted for a game we'd never played.
Bullshit. Like,
to get one of yours out.
List,
it's embarrassing, right? Man.
Helldivers 2's gone through.
Yeah.
Oh, that convinces me then.
Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah.
Case closed.
Just fuck off. Honestly, I'm so sick of it. Every year, everyone fucking hates me. I'm going to feel sorry for myself. Everyone fucking hates me. Great. Brilliant.
Do you want this going in the edit, or is this...
Just stop bringing average games to it, innit? You know.
You bought a fucking clock.
That was your idea.
Where's that? Yeah, David. Before you talk about deals, Jesus Christ.
I jokingly suggested it. I didn't think you'd actually fucking do it, James.
Don't care.
Wasn't a surprise, though, was it?
Yeah, thanks for just... You're such a fucking snake, James. Right, should we pick the next one out of the hat?
I just had a bit of cheese. It's really nice. Bit of cheddar.
Well done.
Of course you fucking did.
Cheddar? Isn't that below you?
It is a bit, but it was all that's in the fridge at the moment.
All my games, none of my games get pulled out. James, Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown.
Oh, really? Okay.
Why is this in the hat other than it being a really good game?
It is a really good game. And it's strange because, like, Prince of Persia, the thing with this series is it's had a very sort of weird, like, up and down sort of like relationship, I think, with the game industry. There's been a lot of really good ones that have come out, but then also some which have been, I would say, obviously less good. But this one kind of came out of nowhere, and to the degree that it's a difficult game to talk about, I feel, because I wouldn't say that it really breaks any new ground particularly, but it absolutely nails like the best of a kind of like Metroidvania experience. And I think we all had a good time with this. I think everyone played it, right? I mean, Sean and Matt,
I played a bit, not much, but I didn't, for what I did play, I enjoyed just not much of it.
And I think, but they didn't get anywhere near as far into it as us. Like we finished it. We both finished it, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and it's
fucking brilliant. Yeah, James, it is brilliant. Just
the character movement enough is enough. The fact that you're sort of the way that the character moves through the environment is amazing, and this combined with like the time manipulation, and it's also the fact that the combat evolves like throughout the game, and it's just, but also it's the world. I mean, this is what is key, obviously, with the Metroidvania. I mean, I haven't played Ultros, but I would expect that also that, it's an incredibly well put together world. It's so good to explore, and it has that usual thing of, of unlocking, other areas, via new skills that you found. And it's just that throughout, like whenever you have curiosity about an area, it's always rewarded, which is kind of amazing. And I mean, as I said, it's really difficult to talk about this game because it just does everything kind of right, and it's just an incredibly well designed package, and it's absolute tragedy that the studio that made this has now been closed, I think, by Ubisoft. And it's like they deserve a win, from this, because they've taken this in a different direction. There's not it's not another sort of 3D sort of remake or something like that. They tried to do something which is kind of innovative and a little bit different, and I think it's been rewarded in the sense that you have a really solid, excellent game here. But not unfortunately. Ubisoft didn't seem to agree. But I mean, this is one of the most memorable games that I played this year. I think it's excellent.
I think the traversal really deserves a big nod. Yeah. The way you get from A to B in this is really good. The combat's absolutely fantastic. Can we talk about the pirate level briefly?
Oh,
because
yes.
Although we're it's a spoiler, obviously, but there's this whole level based around an exploded pirate ship. Yeah. It's like this big battle going on the sea, but the time is frozen, so you can walk on the water. You can see all the bits of ship flying off.
There's all the waves and all that kind of thing, like around you.
All the waves of you're walking on the waves because they're completely frozen. It's really quite incredible to look at. And then you fight a boss and by the end of it, the whole world comes to life. Like the spell over the and it is incredible. Like it is incredible to go back through the area that you've traversed that's been frozen, and it's sort of something that's been done before a lot. But there's something about the way they execute it, and I think that pretty much sums up why this game is so good. Is that we've seen things where you walk through some frozen areas before, and then you walk back, and then they're not frozen anymore. Sure, but here, the way they execute that is so much better than anything else I've played that has tried this. That I just go, wow, holy shit, that is a fucking amazing area.
Yeah, it's
that whole level is fantastic.
It's all completely in the execution, and the fact that it always feels, just right, and it's always, the game behaves exactly the way that you're expecting. But I was also like, the puzzles and particularly those time puzzles as well. Which did you play many of those, David? Like the ones where you're
I did most of them, I think, if I remember correctly, because I had the one negative I've got to say about this game is the bloody Switch version is full of frame dropping. At the worst times, and it was at its worst during those time puzzles where for some reason going through the gate at the end would like really lag the game, and the clock would continue even though you were dropping frames, and you were like, no, I'm there with 2 seconds to spare, but because the game is sort of like fallen on its arse, suddenly I failed it when I didn't feel that I should have. It was that was the only frustration.
And that was what was crazy, because I played it on PS5 and it was just continuously smooth, obviously, and you didn't have any of those sorts of problems.
Of course it is.
And it was
it's a little bit more powerful than the Switch, isn't it? That PS5
a little bit, yeah. And
and also I fucking hated the end boss until I realised it was not as hard as I thought it was. It was one of those where it was like, I'm never going to do this. I don't think I'm going to finish it because this end boss is fucking killing me, and I'm just done with it. And then when I beat it, it barely laid a fist on me,
But no,
fucking what a game!
Absolutely superb, and just so well designed. It's brilliant.
It was very low down on my list, but then when you nominated it, I was very happy you did. Should we see what it's up against?
Go for it.
This is up against Matt, Lorelei and the Laser Eyes.
Excellent, yeah. So this is by Simogo, who played Year Walk. I don't think I actually played that game, but everyone raved about it.
I played Year Walk.
I played that, yeah. It was good. Yeah.
I had to stop playing it. It creeped the fuck out of me.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. I reckon Matt would love it, though.
Oh, really? I should probably
get
that.
What's that like?
It reminded me of
like iPad game, wasn't it? Like
it was. Yeah.
That's right.
But it's on Wii U.
The Room. Do you remember the room, Matt?
I remember the room, yeah.
The room.
The room,
Do you remember the bit where it goes a bit creepy because there's a photo, you're looking around this box or whatever, and there's a photo of someone, and then when you look at it, suddenly that person's gone. And you're like, ugh, what the fuck? That was Year Walk.
Oh.
They just explored that. It was fucking really creepy.
Okay, I might pick it up. Yeah, because this is also creepy. I think this is described as like a psychological horror puzzle game. It never got to horror, but it's definitely eerie as hell. But this is a puzzle game through and through. This is all puzzle. Even the narrative is basically the puzzle, and the puzzle is the narrative. So you basically start as this woman who arrives at this hotel, like a big old house hotel. So already there's kind of Resident Evil vibes, especially with the PS1 style kind of slightly pixelated 3D graphics, all grayscale as well, all basically black and white, apart from these really vibrant hints of pink and red to signify things that you should maybe look at in the environment, or footsteps and whatnot. But the whole thing is basically black and white, and it looks gorgeous for it. It's incredibly atmospheric because of that. You start as a woman who walks up to this hotel, and nothing is basically explained to you. You don't know kind of when it's set, you don't know where it's set, you don't know what to do really. There's some of the initial kind of puzzles are incredibly basic. You've got to try and get into the grounds of the hotel initially, and those are quite basic, but then you find yourself trying to work out what the game is about and find out what the mystery is about by playing the game and by then doing puzzles that essentially explain the game. And that's, I think, one of the most clever things about this. This is not a puzzle game with some narrative in between the puzzles. This is not a narrative game with some puzzles in between that. Like, everything you see and do it feels like it could be a clue to a puzzle, but that's also where the narrative of the game is explained to you. And I'm sure other games have done this, but the way it's done is so clever, and it feels so effortless, but it's also kind of really oppressive is probably not the right word, but it's just everything feels like a puzzle. And at first it's incredibly overwhelming. I mean, I heard about people having to take notes or having notepads playing this game, and I'm sure I won't have to do that, but no, because everything you see and do I was writing down on my phone. And I actually looked back at some of my notes like yesterday, and they were all just like, you wouldn't be able to tell what they're about at all because none of it makes sense. But yeah, as well as taking the notes down for all these puzzles and everything I saw and read in the game, I was also taking screenshots so I can look at that later. Because one of the kind of things about this, I think it kind of adds to the atmosphere, is that your character has a photographic memory, and so which is handy because everything you see and do is in this menu system. The menu system is a slight negative. I know I probably shouldn't talk about negatives, but I've got to be realistic. Like there is no, and we touched upon this when I talked about it previously, there's no back button to this big UI thing you see. So you go inside the menu to look at the various kind of puzzles you've seen or documents you've read or codes you've come across in the game, and there's like a massive list of all these things, and there's no back button to simply exit the menu. You've got to kind of go to top or go to maps and scroll down and read the map and then go back out, like by going to the top and pressing left or whatever it is, because you can play this game one-handed. Like all the face buttons essentially either perform an action, or if you're not next to something that can be is interactive, then it also what's everything do? Oh yeah, it basically opens the menu. So you're either in the menu or you're interacting with something. But what that means is that for whatever reason there is no back button because all the other buttons are used for something. I mean, although it might be me making excuses now, that does kind of feed into the atmosphere, because you also find these like old machines. Again, you're not quite sure how old. There are computers in there that are, I think it has like Tomogo games and maybe 2010 or something, and you kind of save your game that way and you load your saves that way. So it's kind of modern kind of computers, but are also loads of older machines on there, and they're clunky. The atmosphere is weird and eerie, and so it does kind of link into it. I would much rather they had just had some modern sensibilities and added a back button. But I there's some part of me is like respects the fact that everything is clunky as hell, and I know I may well make excuses, but whatever. I just think this game is pure vibes, really. The atmosphere, even with like the kind of minimal kind of music, the very minimal kind of colours. There are there's no kind of audio for the characters, except you might hear some like mumbling if you hear someone through next door. But yeah, like the game can be overwhelming. I remember like playing it for a bit and then going away and coming back, and I'm like, even though there is a task list which tells you kind of tasks or puzzles you might have like started looking at, that sometimes it is a bit harder to go to because there's so much. And like I said, like there are so many kind of threads, so many strings to all these puzzles. It can be a bit overwhelming in that, and that's why I was taking notes. I was taking pictures, and even with the task list, I guess the good thing about that is that if you are trying to do one particular puzzle and you can just leave, and there are many other things to look up. But one thing I do think about the puzzles that is clever, I think, is that it feels a bit like Sudoku, where you might be struggling on a certain line, but once you get one, like other kind of puzzles or numbers in the grid, in Sudoku's case, kind of fall very, very rapidly. So I remember one being really, really stuck on one puzzle. I did that, and like that links into this. And now I have access to that room, which means I can go there and see that and get that thing, which opens that. So it can be quite a rush to do that, even if you might be struggling on certain levels or certain puzzles in certain aspects. But this is another one of those games where I think it's less about the puzzle solution and more about the kind of methods you use or the journey you go through to get the actual solution. And much like Obra Dinn, which I feel like I kind of fucked myself by looking up some solutions, and then suddenly I found I couldn't then go back into actually trying to understand how to figure out another puzzle in Obra Dinn, because I'd already kind of gone on the journey of like, okay, I've already found the answer for that, so I haven't learnt how to find the solution. And so by cheating, getting to the end, I found it really hard in Obra Dinn to do that, and I found it a bit with this. I tried to not look at a guide, but when I did, I just felt like I set myself back. So, if anything, I think this is a game not to look for a guide unless you are so bloody stuck. It's kind of impossible to move forward. But yeah, absolutely incredible puzzle game. Probably slightly too hard for me, but I love everything really about it. The way it looks, it runs well on Switch. I think at a time it's just Switch and PC. I don't know if it's on other platforms now, but yeah, gorgeous style, great atmosphere, great puzzle game. I love the fact everything you see and do is basically lore and or a puzzle, and that it kind of makes it overwhelming, but also really linked into the atmosphere. So yeah, great game.
All right,
Sean, you played a bit, but you didn't want to. Were you worried it was scary?
No, I was just, as you say, overwhelmed is the word. I think probably if I'd put more time into it, I might have broken through.
It really sounded like you went, Sean, you were going to play this, but you didn't have the bollocks. Is that right?
No, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if you said it was a bit.
No, because it's definitely It's as you say. It sort of certainly wants to look unsettling, like the fact that it's the color palette and there isn't one apart from the occasional splash of red, but then it's very clearly like it's paint. Don't worry about it. Like it's sort of a red herring.
Yeah, and also it's got kind of locked camera angles, a bit like Resi 1 as well, which links into that. I think.
Yeah. But no, I certainly wanted to get into this. I still do. So yeah, do feel bad about that.
All right. Should we get to voting?
Yes.
Matt.
Go for Lorelei and the laser eyes.
James.
Prince of Persia, obviously.
I'm going Prince of Persia. Sean.
I'm going to have to go Lorelei.
Because
I haven't played.
Yes, Sean.
I haven't played enough of either of these, to be clear. But I don't know. I don't feel like I've necessarily missed out by skipping Prince of Persia.
I really do
feel really fucking bad not playing Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. Like I really want to try again with it.
I mean, I would feel bad about not having played The Lost Crown. Honestly, it's incredible.
You can feel bad about both.
Yeah, but you feel worse about The Lost Crown.
I just feel really bad overall. No, I don't want to budge. I don't think.
David, I mean, I know you said you liked Prince of Persia, but you also said you didn't do anything too spectacular, whereas I think Lorelei does do really, really clever things with the puzzle and the narrative.
Oh, come on.
I haven't seen other games like this. James, did you play it?
No. Because it didn't look very
James
good.
James hates puzzles, though, doesn't he?
This is, I mean...
Is this another game you think is objectively bad, James?
No, I don't,
you're wrong?
No, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that Prince of Persia is such a complete experience that...
It was really good, yeah.
But you also Prince of Persia doesn't do anything new. It's a package on its own, which is great. I think a lot of people seem to like it. But
what?
I think
it's a package on its own.
No. As a package, it does everything well enough without it being innovative or.
Yeah, but bullshit. Because you've just explained a load of things.
You just said that.
No, you've just explained a load of things that are wrong as well with like L'Oreal and the laser eyes or whatever. You've said
L'Oreal.
L'Oreal.
That's not fucking shampoo.
You've just explained like a whole load of things that you think are wrong with the game, and there's like literally virtually nothing wrong with Prince of Persia.
I'm not about to say it's a perfect game because very few games are. I'm actually being realistic, but I've told you about the things I love about it.
One of those
Maybe
things...
I'm voting for honesty, James. How about that?
That's bullshit.
So you're saying Prince of Persia is a perfect game?
No, I'm not saying it's perfect, but I'm saying it is as close to the best kind of Metroidvania experience as you can get. I don't think that L'Oreal and the laser eyes is probably the best.
Really?
Whatever is the best puzzle game.
Really? That's... James, you would put this up there with the likes of that bug game that you liked and
Silksong.
The Metroid game.
I'd certainly put it up. Okay, I probably wouldn't put it up there with the same as like Hollow Knight or whatever.
Right.
But I would put it up there with a lot of other Metroidvania games. Absolutely.
So yeah, a lot of the bad ones you could
the really good ones, man.
Above that. Well, I mean, I think this. Sorry, David, go on.
No, go on.
No, I mean, like, I think this is
what you've got to say.
This is absolutely like I think one of the best puzzle games of the year. It's like it's a great
Matt, okay, how long was this game?
Well, you can play it for like 37 hours.
How long was this game?
I'm just wondering, is it less than 4 hours or so? Is this one of the reasons you chose it?
No, it's not. No,
Matt?
No, I didn't know.
It was that good.
Well, I think he was honest about that, right?
Yeah, I said I didn't finish it at a time. I mean, it wasn't good. Those are great games I wanted to play more of this year.
Yeah,
but
you don't have to finish a game. You don't have to finish a game. That's fine. At least you're learning that you don't lie about finishing the game and then say,
I would never do that. I mean, I did that once, sure, and it got caught out. Yeah. Got caught out. So not for me. It's an excellent game.
I mean, The Lost Crown deserves some. Come on, the studio got disbanded. It's not fair.
I'm going to switch my vote.
Fuck off, James. Don't put that on me.
Whoa, Dave says he's switching.
My vote. I'm going to switch my vote. I thought Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown was fantastic. I mean, L'Oreal seems
If you played that game,
because you're worth
you would hate it. Like this, you'd have no interest in that game.
But that's not what. But I don't know if that's.
It's true. Like if you play, you would never play this game. Like, why would you vote for it? Like, I voted for Ultros because it was a game that I definitely would be interested in playing.
Remembering his arguments in the last round, isn't he? Suddenly remembering those. I just think there's more of an argument for L'Oreal's.
How? Matt's already. Matt has already.
You fucked my head.
Matt,
all I'm thinking is L'Oreal now.
It's not. It's Lorelei and the Laser Eyes.
Oh, whatever. It's not. It's not Prince of Persia good. Like, it really isn't.
You've not played it, James.
Have a look at the Metacritic score. It's.
Oh, is that what we're judging things on now?
It is actually. I did actually check. Matt. It is slightly higher.
I guarantee. Lorelei and the Laser Eyes.
It's 2 points higher than Prince of Persia.
Yes,
that'll be yours.
Okay, I'm changing my vote.
Thank you, David.
Going out.
Whatever.
Thank you.
Well, you're welcome, Matt.
No, I
Does
appreciate
that change the deal that you've got with James and Sean?
I don't have a deal with them.
See, that's the thing, Matt. Okay, David, if you're voting for this just because you think there's some kind of deal, you're gonna have egg on your face after you've listened to this, because that's ridiculous.
Egg on your face.
Are you for the fucking 40s? Yeah. Oh yeah, you are. Oh, you are for the 40s.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot about that one. Let's go for the next game.
Rations.
Lorelei.
That is a travesty.
Not L'Oreal.
L'Oreal and
it's not
Maybelline.
A travesty, is it? It's not, is it? Right, what's next? James, it's time to talk about the Star Wars Outlaws.
Oh, really? Okay. So, Star Wars Outlaws. I mean, Outlaws is a much better game than I was expecting it was going to be. And I mean, after finishing it and after spending a lot of time with it, overall, I would probably say that it is better than Fallen Order. I had a probably,
You are kidding me.
No, I would say that it.
But that is the bet. That was the bet.
Yeah. I mean, well, the bet was over the Metacritic, but
that was the deciding factor. That's got to.
So you're saying that. So the whole reason we did the bet was for that, and actually you've actually gone against that.
I mean, the critics may think that, but maybe I disagree. Actually, after
but the reason the bet happened was because you believed.
You said it was going to be worse than what's it? Because it was the Division. It was the Division.
Yeah, and I would say that probably I was wrong about this, because I mean it breaks. It breaks out from.
This is mind blowing. You've both got to get the tattoo.
Fuck off.
I think that's only fair, James. After that,
I don't think so. I mean, the Metacritic
You're right.
doesn't lie. It's
Yep. You don't have to. Obviously, I'm joking.
But it would be nice of you if you. Yeah, it would be nice of you. Don't have to, of course, but it would be nice.
Not getting matching tattoos, Matt. That's
not matching. Yours can do something different.
What would it do, Matt?
Yours can do something different.
A moonwalky Wookie, yeah?
Would you get a tattoo at the same time, though, James?
No.
Oh, maybe we could still convince him to get a tattoo.
No,
what if we get TCGS tattoos?
I'm not doing that. No, we're not doing that. That's not happening.
Come on. You've had a drink. Let's go.
I genuinely am excited to get a tattoo when it eventually fucking happens. But yeah, I'm all over that.
I
know, you'll be getting one.
Yeah, because I want it to be over.
But no, you'll also be getting one for a game which is actually pretty good. I mean, it breaks out. Point. It does break out from the usual.
I mean, that's what we want in this list, isn't it? It's games that are pretty good.
Yeah. And it is.
No, it is a good game. How much did you play this, Sean?
Me, none. Not played it.
Oh, it's fucking good. It is good.
I have heard they've properly fixed it now, right? The big patch is out, I believe.
Yeah. That patch they were kind of classing as like a 2.0, weren't they?
They dealt with a lot of the stealth problems that there were at the start of the game, and it succeeds, I think, to a greater extent than Fallen Order at feeling like a Star Wars game. Like you feel like you're in that universe to the extent which almost the same as to something like TIE Fighter or Dark Forces. Like it really does feel like that, and I think that is partly because you have a character here that's not like another Jedi, and which is it kind of works. And the game does absolutely have flaws, and it could have done with more time, but it deserves attention, I think, because it's extremely fun to explore the Star Wars universe, rather than being, as I said, as a Jedi. The story is also pretty compelling, and I felt that I did need to see it to the end. Matt, I can't believe that you sacked it off like so quickly. And you played something.
I know. I was sorry about that.
And you played something like Hellblade through to the end. Like it's utter madness. Like why you would do that. I don't understand why you wouldn't go back to this because.
It just came out about time. I don't know. I mean, I do still actually want to play this. I feel like this would be great for like over Christmas.
This would be a brilliant Christmas game. Brilliant Christmas game. I'm genuinely thinking about just buying it so I can play. Like I can finish it. I really enjoyed my time with it. Look, it was full of bugs when it came out. Yeah. There's no doubt about that. There was so many valid criticisms of this game when it launched. However, there was still something there.
Yeah,
there was still something there,
particularly like around the exploration as well, and just some of those sections, like remember that bit, David, when you go through the downed, is it a downed Star Destroyer? I can't remember.
Yeah, that was amazing. Clearly, a bit that they worked on a lot longer than the rest of the game. Yeah, you had the bit where you would go into the rebel base, not the rebel base, the Imperial base. Mm-hmm. And you start seeing, it was like walking around A New Hope. That bit where everyone's, all the gang are there and they're walking around the, Empire, whatever. It felt like that.
He still loves it.
It's funny, isn't it? Because I really went through a strong period of love for that stuff and it really fell off hard at the end of it. That's the problem.
You saw Rise of Skywalker, so it's understandable. That would happen.
Yeah, it didn't help.
Yeah, I think we're all quite bad with that.
But this made all of these Star Wars games, they often go to the same sort of locations, the same kind of environments, and there's always Tatooine. You always end up on this planet at some point, but they still. Like this is the first time that you walk through Tatooine and it feels like you're in this environment which
100%
which is what was special about this, I think. It was...
And it's got the cheap stuff in there as well. Like you walk over to the bay that Han Solo was in and it's got the bullet hole in it from all of that. It's got all that shit in it as well. And there's the bit where the Jabba the Hutt bit and you're like, oh come on. But also, I'm fucking so excited. Yeah, totally. Look, there's Han in the fucking carbonite. Mm-hmm. All of that shit it was carbonite, right? I'm not embarrassed.
It was. He was frozen in carbonite. Yeah. For his journey to see Jabba. Yeah.
That's right.
It's
fucking great.
Yeah, and so
it's a really good game.
And that's the thing. This was significantly better than I was expecting it to be. And I think from the the patches that have come out since that have improved it further. I know there's DLC which I haven't really got to, but it's really very good. It was a very solid game, and I think it landed badly. When it first came out because there was a lot. There was a number of bugs and a number of problems, but it deserves a more of an audience, I think, and it pushes things further than I think than for example Fallen Order did. It's a very good game, enjoyable.
Should we see what it's up against?
Silent Hill 2.
This is like, do you want to hear the quote? Yeah. it is up against Sean.
Uh-oh.
Balatro.
Oh.
Oh, for fuck. It's like that. David Brent looking over his shoulder, seeing Balatro walk into the pub. Oh, for fuck.
That's great. That's great content, actually.
Balatro, you may have heard of, is a roguelike deck building card game, but it's not quite like a lot of the others. It uses.
Sorry, I thought you were going to break into song then. I thought you were building up to a whole. What's different about this one?
It uses a lot of terminology from poker, but basically has nothing to do with poker, right? In that you're going through blinds, which are essentially just levels or like stages where you are trying to meet score targets by playing hands of cards, and you're trying to make poker hands out of them. But it very quickly becomes obvious that you can really fuck with it. You can start changing, like as in any sort of roguelike deck builder, you can start messing with your deck. You can start changing the cards. You can start building. Like you can manipulate your deck in such a way that you are creating or able to create poker hands that aren't that don't exist, right? 5 of a kind, stuff like that, stuff that shouldn't technically be possible. And this is all in conjunction with the jokers. You unlock jokers as you go. You then add them. You have a little row at the top of the screen with your jokers in. They again further manipulate the scoring in ways that you start to sort of put them together, and you start, you're working out builds as you go, as with any game of this type. But the jokers in this just feel so weird and wonderful, and sort of so full of character, even though they're all just a single static image. That it's like finding new ones is always super interesting. And it just, that act, I don't know, like, in many ways, this doesn't do a lot that's truly new to the genre, but somehow it manages to be way more fun. That act of assembling essentially like a machine as you go to start pumping out higher and higher scores is such a fun process with Balatro. I think it's because it's very easy to pick up and discard those jokers. And I think so if you start, like, you can be adaptable, right? I think the main thing that I really love about Balatro that and I've played and enjoyed loads of other games of this ilk before, is that those are the games, you Slay the Spires, Monster Train, stuff like that. When you are deciding what to do on any given turn, which cards you're going to play, what you're going to do, you are always shown the result of what's going to happen when you play the cards you've chosen, right? It's like, this is exactly what's going to happen. This enemy's going to take this much damage, and this guy will die, but then this one won't, and you're able to sort of perfectly plan your way through it. Whereas Balatro operates more on vibes. It's like when you're learning to cook, right? When you first start learning to cook, you need recipes. You need to just shut up and follow them and do as you're told, and don't act like you know what you're doing, because you don't yet, but eventually you reach a familiarity with the ingredients you're using, right? And cooking becomes really fun when you're just conversant with all the elements of it, and you can just kind of wing it. And that's what Balatro feels like. It wants you to, like, you're not going to sit there and be like, oh, right, yeah, if I use this Joker and play these cards, then this card's worth this and this card's worth this, and then with that multiplier, I'll end up with exactly this many points. It could preview that for you, but it doesn't, because it wants that to be obscure. God. Because it wants
you imagine
you to
trying to work it out. Like, yeah, I mean, this analogy, what you're saying now is so fucking spot on. That's absolutely the feeling, isn't it, when you're playing it? You're kind of like a little bit of this, a little dash of that.
Exactly. It's like, shit, I think these two will work really well together.
It tastes like shit, or it tastes amazing. You're absolutely right.
And the way it reveals the score every hand you play, and there's this slow sort of build-up or like I think the developers refer to it as the pageantry of the of each hand you play. It's just so perfect, and the way it does if you score enough with a single hand that it beats the round in one hand, then the way the score sets on fire still feels good.
That is satisfying.
I must be sort of 30, 40 hours into this or something ridiculous like that. I initially played it on Steam quite a lot, and then they announced that a mobile version was on the way, so I was like, right, fine, I'll wait for that. Got the mobile version thinking maybe I'll play a bit more of this, put in way more time on the mobile version than I ever did on Steam.
Same. Same with the Switch version. I've since I downloaded this a few weeks back, I put off downloading it because I was like, I don't want to ruin my life because I really loved the Switch version. And then John Denton had started playing it again. He was like, I can't stop playing this shit. And I went, yeah, I need that back in my life. So I downloaded the phone version, and it's destroyed me, Sean. It's destroyed me.
That's good though, isn't it?
I think, but like 6 of the decks I've now had a win on.
Okay.
And cool. I just can't stop. Can't stop. That is my main goal at the moment, trying to win on every deck. Because that's the other thing, isn't it? There's decks of cards, and they have their own sort
isn't
of
it? Like there's so many
to them.
Yeah, there's so many things to get your head around, so many variables and things to tinker with that like it's pointless to even go into it on a show like this because it would just be boring technical stuff. And if you've not played the game, it would sound like a fucking alien language, right? But that's the beauty of it, is that there's enough like visually familiar stuff to it because it's not a fantasy setting, which I know is like a turn off like for some of you guys. Like the fact that it initially looks like it has poker-esque elements, enough to get it a PEGI 18 rating, by the way.
So there's even like just this week there's more like talk about that, wasn't it? Even though that happened months ago.
Hasn't it got a BBFC rating now? Is that what's happened? Or I can't remember.
I don't know. I know that the developer was complaining about the fact he got an 18 plus rating and this and that, and he's like, well, actually I might stick loads of microtransactions in it, like EA and all that kind of stuff,
which has a PEGI 3+.
3+.
It's just like, so I was.
Well, I think on that point, Sean. Sorry to cut in, but on that point, what's really important is that I don't play these games, and I've tried with card games loads. I tried Marvel Snap, and I've tried some fantasy based ones, and I think what's really important for the reason why this stuck with me rather than those is because the initial push was different. The initial grab was different, right? So when I'm playing Marvel Snap, it's like, here's Hulk, here's the stats, that's a card in your hand now. And you go, right, but is that good? Is that good though? And I that was what was, so for the first hour that I played of it, I was like, am I doing good? I don't know. Is this the right choice? Because they might have someone. This is a 10, but out of what? Like, what is 12 going to come up? What's the thing? Whereas when I started this, I was like, ace is high, 2's low, and I know the poker hands, right? Which is the hurdle that some other people may need to get over. But I know the poker hands. I know what beats what. I know that 4 of a kind is better than a full house. I know that a straight flush is better than a flush, stuff like that. So I had that in. So that initial bit where you're trying to work out how the game works, I didn't have that first hurdle to get over. I knew that 2 pair was better than a pair. I knew that stuff. So I knew what to go for initially. And then it gets you with the jokers. The jokers are genius. Every joker I come across, it very clearly states what it does. So, as you say, Sean, and as you've said before, and every time we talk about this, the jokers are your buffer cards that are active throughout the game, and they've got their own little rule, and they turn up in the shop after every round, and you can decide whether to buy them or not. And when you start working out what are the more powerful jokers, and then working out what jokers work with what, and you've got jokers that you can say, hey, everything, like let me give you an example. If you've got a joker that says, we will give you a multiplier by 2 for every club you have in your hand, And then you can also get another joker that says, if you've got a flush, you get this big boost to your hand. So you go, right, I'm going to spend the rest of my run trying to turn as many of my cards into clubs as possible. I'm going to buy new cards, and they're only going to be clubs. I'm going to use tarot cards that turn everything into clubs. And I'm just going to focus on clubs. And then all of a sudden you're like, right, brilliant. Every hand I get, there's more than enough clubs to make a flush. It works with all my jokers. Oh shit, here's a boss that says that clubs are debuffed. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's so perfectly put together that I can't quite wrap my head around the genius of it all. And you know what? I don't play these games, and I'm sure there are other games that have that effect. But there's just something about this that clicks with me that those games don't. And I can only put it down to maybe the initial introduction to it.
Like you're saying, when you first get into it, it helps that you understand the cards as like absolute values. You know the suits, you know the hands and everything. But actually, the meaning and the value of those is then malleable. Like, it's kind of up to you, because you might like initially, you might start playing the game, you're like, okay, king is worth more points than a 5, right? Or which makes sense to someone new to this sort of thing. Like, it's that seems obvious. But then the more you play, you might be like, oh well, actually no, I'm working on like a faceless deck this time. Like, I've got cards that suffer with when I play face cards, so I'm getting rid of all my face cards this time. Or so that sort of stuff is a way in, but then it can completely turn on its head, and you realise you're kind of in control of the meaning that is ascribed to the numbers and symbols, because that's all they are ultimately, right? They're just bits of card with numbers and symbols on them. It's fascinating.
Yeah, it is fascinating. I think it's genius. Like, I genuinely think it's genius. I think it's one of those games that you go, this is so balanced and well thought out that I can't quite wrap my head around how good it is.
The fact that, like, there's a pair of Joker cards that are based on banana history. Do you know about this?
I don't know this. What is it?
Oh my god. So there's a card called Gros Michel, or also known as Big Mike, which is a type of banana. Have you ever heard the thing about how, banana flavoured sweets taste like a type of banana we used to have years ago? That was a Gros Michel.
All I seem to remember from them is like they kind of taste like that medicine you had when you were younger.
Yeah. Well, so that's what Gros Michel bananas used to taste like, or Big Mike, as they're also known. But then it turned out that they were really susceptible to, I think it was Panama disease, and instead. So then they basically came up with this new type of banana called the Cavendish that they sort of bred to be really hardy against Panama disease, and then that took over, right? Because it wasn't getting killed off by Panama disease. So now we mostly have Cavendish bananas. So in Balatro, there is a Gros Michel card, which every time, every round or whatever, it has like a 1 in 4 chance of just dying. But only when that card dies can you then draw the Cavendish banana card, which is another Joker card, which then has like a much better multiplier and stuff. And you're just like, how do you come up with something like that? It's so funny. And again, this isn't necessarily anything to do with the quality of the game. The developer, Local Thunk, one guy,
he refused to be named.
Yes, he doesn't want to be named. He wants to stay anonymous. And he's just been like sound as fuck about the success of the game. He seems to have, like, I think he's talked about how there's been stresses with it, but also like the fact that he's now using the platform he's got to like highlight other games that he thinks are really cool and aren't necessarily getting the exposure they deserve, which especially obviously in the current climate is incredibly welcome. Like, he just seems absolutely sound. Like, listening to him on podcasts and stuff, seems like a nice fella. And the fact that he made this not really, like, basically started out as like a personal project, did not expect it to be a huge hit.
Made him for his mate, right?
Yeah. He's talking about
his mate come back and said, "I've spent 40 hours on this."
It's a fascinating game. The music is so good.
It's so well done.
It's funny, isn't it? Because I don't want to talk too much because I really really enjoyed it. But the music is
what?
Sorry, what?
I don't want to talk too much because I really enjoyed it.
No, because obviously this is up against something that I've put up, and but
then come on.
I know it's the music is very very good. It's
it's the fact that it's essentially one piece of music. But then, depending on what you're doing, whether you're between, around, or whether you're in the shop, or you're viewing a pack of tarot cards or whatever, it sort of crossfades into sort of different instrumentation and stuff, and it just works so well. And despite the, as I say, dozens of hours I've put into this, I'm not tired of it at all. There must be like
mental, isn't it?
It's one like infinite loops of it on YouTube, right? That's gotta be a thing.
It's really. I like the way it slows down when you foul. It's so good.
Because the way when you first load the game up and the tune starts, and then the way the percussion comes in with that sort of gallop, as if it's like, right, let's fucking go, let's Balatro time, and then
again.
Yeah, that's so good, man.
Yeah. Let's get to voting. I think it's pretty straightforward.
Sorry, James.
James, what are you voting for?
I'm voting for Balatro.
Yeah, there we go then. No, I'm voting Balatro. Sean?
Balatro.
Matt?
Balatro. Yeah, I've also played this on Switch and phone. Still never completed the run, but it is fantastic. So
you've not finished the run yet?
I'm so sorry, guys. Sorry, go on.
No, I haven't finished the run, no, but this, I also got some phone, and played it more than I did on Switch, and I'm determined to get a run over Christmas because it's brilliant.
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm going to have to go for another wee break.
Yeah, I was going to say, can we just stop for a second?
It's all right.
I'm in my 40s now, so I'm allowed to. All right, in a bit. James, are you all right?
No, I'm good. I'm okay.
How much have you drank?
Just 4 cans. It's not even a lot, just tired.
Hello.
Okay.
A bit worried because there's...
What are you worried about?
I've still got 3... No, how many things to go talk about? 2, 3? I can't remember.
You've got 2.
He's pissed.
Oh, dear.
Okay, let's see what's next. I've still got 1 to talk about. Ooh. It's time for James to talk about Alarmo.
Hooray!
Nintendo Alarmo, to give it its full title.
What the fans wanted.
Why is Alarmo in the Game of the Year show?
Why is it on your Games of the Year, James?
Well, no, I think it is worth talking about this device because this is something... No,
it's not.
It's a device now, it's not a game.
Talking about when it was fucking announced.
It's a game earlier, but it's a device now. Okay, fine.
No,
cool.
Okay, look. Okay.
Sorry, no, it's all right. No, you're right.
No, sorry. Floor is yours.
This deserves, to have some, consideration, to have a look at this. One of the reasons I chose this was because, as I mentioned on the show, it was a lovely gift, that I received from my wife. And the thing is over the years, we've always had a bit of a strange thing with with presents and stuff where Chen she's bought me some nice things over the time, but this was one of the really sort of thoughtful things that she bought me, and it's that for that reason it meant a lot, the fact that she bought that. And I really feel as a actual device it demonstrates like Nintendo's mastery of hardware and software in perfect combination.
For fuck's sake, James.
Have you fucking chat GPT'd this again?
This is another kind of 90s realisation with mid-90s dream, isn't it?
No, because this is the thing, right?
He's chat GPT'd it.
I have not chat GPT'd anything. I'm talking the fact, right?
He's talking the facts, David, actually, if you think about it. He's talking the facts.
That should be the episode title.
Just shut the fuck up, okay?
You don't need to say that bit. I know it won't be.
It was a lovely gift, James.
It was a lovely gift, and this is a very good example of why Nintendo is one of the most important sort of aspects of the video game industry, because you're not going to get other... Stop it, it's not fair.
James, it's your fault. You're saying these lines.
This is a hell of your own making, James.
Nintendo on important aspects is a lovely gift.
Because look, you're not okay, very few other video game companies will put something like this together. Something which is, it's come out of left fields. It's something which nobody was expecting, and you've got and you've got this it's okay. This machine, it's changed my sleep patterns. It's been a real game changer. It's helped me to
Alarms do that.
No, because
James,
it's helped.
James, can I ask you a question about Alarmo and promise me you answer truthfully?
Go on.
Did you turn off the motion detection noises thing?
No, I haven't.
Why? How?
Because that's part of the game that you're involved with when you're using Alarmo. Because as I said, it helps me to fall asleep with lovely sounds from Zelda. That's been very nice. You're
think about.
I was going to say, do you and Chen still sleep in the same room?
Yeah, of course we do.
Without getting too personal. Okay, cool.
Chen's sitting there. You've got your fucking apnea mask on.
She's already. No. She always makes sure. Come on, you're not giving. This is not fair. This is totally unfair.
That's out of order, David.
That's
out of order, David. Actually, yeah, cool.
Yeah, she's already fallen asleep, and then I can lay down and I can put my sleep apnea mask on, and I can listen to a campfire, of if I'm in Breath of the Wild or whatever, which is lovely. It's really nice. And waking up in the morning, it feels really fun, because you've got this whole sort of you moving around and it's making the noises and stuff, which is pretty cool. And also, they're adding.
Listen to a campfire.
Sorry, just on that, there's a genuine question. How vigorous do you have to move around for the noises to kick in?
Not actually very vigorously, actually.
Does it go mental when you're knocking one out?
Not.
Oh, let's not be that explicit, David. We knew what I was implying.
This is outrageous. It's like
come on, Dave. Have some respect.
But it's really nice, to wake up to that, which is pretty good. They're adding new content all the time. Mario Kart has just come out.
It's really nice to wake up to that. What do you mean? What does that mean?
No, it's nice to wake up.
It's the same words.
No, bullshit. It's nice.
It is nice to wake up. You're right. It's nice to wake up.
It's nice to wake up to the sound of coins from Mario going ba-ding, ba-ding, ba-ding.
No, it's not.
It is.
Because you're having a lovely time.
Yeah, it's
going ba-ding, ba-ding, ba-ding.
That's what it does. And also,
it's my favourite Kylie Minogue song, to be fair.
It's been tracking my sleep, which is helpful. It's really nice to to experience that. But it's
what are you doing on the Apple Watch?
I was going to say, you were already tracking your sleep with your Apple Watch, and you said it was just telling you your sleep is fucked every night.
I know, but this is also telling me my sleep is fucked as well. And it's
brilliant.
It's nice.
Yeah, but Isabel's doing it now.
How does it do that? How does it do that?
Are you asleep? Is it fucked?
It detects the movement as you're moving around, and also it's also nice. You look at
it says his sleep's fucked because of all the shagging. That's why.
There's a lot of coin sounds going on. Neighbours are sick of it.
Sorry, James, are we turning this into a farce, mate?
No, this is ridiculous. It's it's really nice. You're laying there and you just look across, and it detects your motion as you move across, and you can see you can see it lighting up, and you can see the time. It's really nice.
James just sliding around on his bed like a manta ray or something.
Like a snake.
Can I
it's a nice experience
to you, Sean? Think about how much effort has gone into Balatro, right?
Yeah.
How much work went into that, making that right? Mm-hmm. Everything from the presentation to the deck system.
It's not up against Balatro, David. This is nonsense.
Hold on. That was £10. How much was the Alarmo again?
Yeah,
£100.
Which was okay. Correctly. Balatro is software. This is the perfect fusion of hardware and software.
He's done it again.
That.
Yeah. Okay. New T-shirt, Sean.
It's true. It's the perfect fusion of hardware and software, and I think it's really, really cool that Nintendo are putting things like this out. To offer different experiences. So you can.
To children.
Right, and also grown-ups who enjoy Nintendo games, Matt.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, that's
it's really good.
Should we see what it's up against?
Yes, please.
I dread to think.
This is up again.
It's a lovely experience, It's nice, and it looks cool. Also, it's very durable. I've knocked it off many times.
Yeah,
it's fallen on the floor on numerous occasions.
How vigorous were you?
It's been completely fine every time. Also, the button on the top is fucking cool. It glows and lights up.
I'm sold then.
Yeah.
What's it against,
Dave?
Dave?
What do you mean it's cool?
It's nice. It's like
it's up.
It's really solid.
It's up against Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Matt Murray.
Well, it's just stupid, really. We all know what we're going to vote for.
One because
yeah, you're biased. You biased.
Yeah, what is the point of this? Like, we know what you're going to do. Like, okay, well, I'll go through the motions, I guess. But anyway, yeah, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. This is actually a latecomer. It only came out, was it, first week of December? I think it was.
Yeah.
You only nominated it after about half an hour's worth of play, didn't you?
Don't matter. I finished it. I smashed through it this week.
You finished it.
Yeah. It took me like 18 hours.
Did it really?
Yeah, but I did a fair bunch of the side stuff, and also
that is a lot of YouTube to watch, Matt.
Mate, I finished this.
Oh, you're
how dare you? Do you think that's going to get people to change your vote to a fucking alarm clock, James?
Come on, it's fucked, isn't it? It's not going to go anywhere.
Of hardware.
Oh, we can hear the cheese.
I was going to say he's fucking eating. He's given up.
We can hear cheese being inserted anyway. But yeah, we haven't had a chance to talk about this properly on the pod. But yeah, this came out early December, and I was excited about this before. So there's no kind of secret there. But this also has taken me by surprise because I thought from the trailers and maybe an assumption that this is basically an Uncharted game. Yeah. It looked like an Uncharted style game, or maybe that's just what my brain was telling me. But no, it's actually an immersive sim with Indiana Jones, which is interesting because obviously Indiana Jones, the character, the kind of ethos of that would have absolutely inspired things like Tomb Raider and Uncharted, and now. Like those games have come and gone to various levels of success, and now this game's here, but it's an immersive sim and not just a standard kind of Uncharted or Tomb Raider like game.
Hang on. It's not an immersive sim, Matt. It's not like something like Deus Ex or something like that. You can't compare it you can't say it's an immersive sim.
It's more an immersive sim than just like a standard kind of Uncharted style game. Where you're looking at like patterns of like guards going around, you're overhearing stuff, you're kind of like seeking out the environment or scoping out the environment.
Agree with Matt here. Yeah. It has way more of that than
it's definitely a light touch, but there's definitely shades of like in terms of the structure at least. There's a lot of Deus Ex in here in terms of the movement and the way you tackle enemies. There's a lot of Dishonored. I think it's a fair comparison. Yeah.
Right,
well, that's you told.
But this game, as Indiana Jones, it's set between Raiders of the Lost Ark and Last Crusade. So it's set in the but it starts off set in the 30s, isn't it, or 40s?
It's all in the 30s.
But I hear it's like set between the events of like Lost Ark and Crusade. Anyway, it's
the whole thing's set during the Nazi.
It's definitely going to be like 30s and 40s.
Oh yeah, I'm going through the dates and the films come out. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The game is really, really good. I will say I wasn't a fan of the title, and even after finishing it now, I still think they could have gone with a better title. But the Great Circle, without going too much into what the game is actually about, is essentially it's Indiana Jones traveling the world to collect bits of these kind of lost artifacts, essentially. So that what that means is you go from the Vatican, which is like the first major hub area, through to like, the pyramids. You're in like the Himalayas, which were featured in. I think that was like one of the first things we saw in terms of Game Awards or one of the trailers. Mm-hmm. You go to all sorts of different like locations, and you meet a whole different number of people. But the game goes a really, really nice lick, even though there are a bunch of like really big story missions and a bunch of characters you meet along the way. I think the pacing is really, really excellently done. The missions themselves, you can kind of just mainline it if you want, but what I found that I enjoyed the most actually was that the side missions, some of them are interwoven really, really cleverly into the main missions. Is a location later on where I was doing one of the missions, and during that mission, it was mentioned that this child was missing, or this brother or a relative of someone else I was already working with was missing. And rather than it just being like, oh, go to his place on the map, and it's like, go to this person, get the mission, and see all his markers on the map, it actually kind of effortlessly kind of just wove in this side mission. So once I did the main one, went over to that. And then, I think the thing I love about the most about this game is that the levels or the tombs you go to, they are so expansive. Now, they're not like the biggest tombs on the planet, but it's just the way that you go into a certain room. Oh, there's a puzzle here. I think I know the layout of this area. You do the puzzle, that opens a door, and suddenly you're in like a whole different area or a different floor, and that's big. And then you go through there, and there's like another door that opens up. And it's like the way the level design is just makes it feel that these tombs go on forever, that you're really far below the ground. It's not just you're in this huge open area and you know, and you get out. You really do feel like you're kind of, below the ground. And, like I said, although they're not massive, just the way they're kind of laid out and the intricacies and the puzzles found within make each of these like really, really good. Again, I just was trying to do this random side puzzle thing, and that went on and on and on. There's like a huge kind of almost like clock interface down there where I was trying to find different like cogs. I was doing getting these water pipes in these various puzzle rooms to like get us water to go to this area of this game. But I think the puzzles and tombs are really, really good. There are some really nice environmental ones as well, which I really enjoyed. And each of the areas you have almost like different styles of puzzles. So I think you go to Egypt, and there are these different cog puzzles where you can basically have to like. I found one tomb where I was stuck for ages, like an hour on this puzzle. I'm like, okay, am I being an idiot or what? And I was like, I'm gonna have to look at the guide to do this. But that one, I basically didn't have all the parts of this one certain cog to finish this cog puzzle. With that in that area, you basically pick up a cog or small ones, you have them on, you take them to other puzzles within the same area. So all of them are kind of interlinked as well, which I thought was really, really good. We've got to talk about Troy Baker's performance. Him as Harrison Ford is excellent. At times I almost forgot it was Troy Baker. It's such a good impression. Really good, yeah. Really, because it could have gone incredibly bad.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? It's funny that you say impression. I think.
Well, yeah,
it doesn't sound like an impression, and that's what's so good about it. Like it doesn't sound like it's a person trying to be Harrison Ford. It feels like he's just got it right.
So you feel like he made it his own, basically.
Well, yes. I don't know. Yes. I mean, I know what you're saying, but it is Harrison Ford. It sounds like how I do kind of because impression makes it sound like cheap and it's like putting on a funny voice.
Yeah, impression sounds like if you're doing a Harrison Ford impression, it'd be his famous lines in a really exaggerated way, whereas actually this is a very subtle performance.
It sounds really good.
Way more subtle.
Yeah. One thing I found really clever. So there's other levels where Indy is talking in the native language.
Yes,
and I thought that was really cool because essentially Troy Baker is doing. I'm going to say impression again, but it's more than that. But doing his Harrison Ford impression, but also in another language, which I thought again, it still sounded like Indiana Jones,
and really nailing the pronunciation, which Indiana Jones would. Right?
Yes, and it's brilliant. I will say one thing. I mean, I'm interested in your thoughts on this, David, but this is very much a stealth game. I must have fired less than like 25 bullets in the entire game. I picked up guns at points, but when you pick up a weapon, you can obviously fire it. And honestly, whenever you fire a weapon, there's like 1,000 guards that come, or 1,000 Nazis that come towards you. It's just kind of not worth it. But if you press, I think it's not right trigger before you press B, I guess on Xbox, you can use that weapon as like a melee weapon, and I use that like a bunch. But it's weird in this game where there's shotguns, there's kind of there's like submachine guns, there's pistols and stuff. I barely use them. There's like a couple of boss battles where I did use some weapons.
Very limited, right? Whenever you come across a weapon, it tends to have hardly any ammo, and it's if you do anything, you drop it. Right? Interested to. I mean, I'm still playing it. I'm in the second area. I'm really, really enjoying it. It's funny because I've got a lot of problems with this game, but I think the problems are a result of the developer trying something different, and I think that's really important. Like so, for example, there is a boss fight that involves a fist fight, and it was so bad it made I was fucking belly laughing while I was playing.
I know the one you mean. A lot of like silly sort of running around, putting a bandage on yourself and then running back in for a few hits.
So
and then,
real, and the animation looks so incredible that suddenly you've got this. It looked like a mechanical robot chasing after you around these like tables and stuff. I was fucking wetting myself. Like that was terrible. However, it was trying to represent something, and it could have been better. But it was like it's one of those things where you go, "Oh, that's a negative aspect of this game that is as a result of a style that they're going for. What blew me away about this game is how it threw away with what modern games do, right? And it didn't. You feel like you're discovering everything because it's not feeding you everything. It feels like the conversations you're having are natural because it's trying different things. And you don't see that a lot in AAA gaming anymore. You don't see that a lot. And I think it does fall apart in places. I get really fucking pissed off with not knowing where the areas are that I can be in, where I can't be. Like, the first time you introduce to the second area, I'm like, you're in a marketplace and you're like, fucking yeah, all right, let's go and check this out. And then all of a sudden everyone's like, whoa, whoa, and then trying to attack you. And I'm like, I should clearly know when I'm in an area where I'm going to be in trouble. And I don't feel that. And I also don't feel what people in this area are going to be angry at me, right? Because it's new. But that's in service of what the game's trying to do. Like, it's like you can't have your cake and eat it. You can't ask for a game to throw the rule book out and try new things and expect every one of these new aspects of design to be completely spot on straight out of the bat. You know what I mean? Like, straight out the gate. Like, I'm very accepting of its flaws because of what it does right. Like, the fact that I never feel like my hand's being held, or I never feel like the game's going, hey, you should try this, like, at any point. And that's really important in an Indiana Jones game. You know what I mean? It would suck if you were playing an Indiana Jones game where it was like, here's how you solve this puzzle, guys. Or like, it's like, well, you're supposed to go over there, India. Like, the whole point is that you're supposed to be working out. You're supposed to be working it out yourself. And it nails that.
And it's great
just
because Indy does contextualize a lot of stuff, and he explains the things that you as the player could never possibly know because he's an archaeologist and you're not. But that's fine. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's just like, Indy's just being
he's
smart.
A base level archaeologist. That stuff, I think that stuff's really in keeping with that stuff's really in keeping with the films, right? I guess I've never been into the film, so I don't know. But it is kind of like the archaeology side of it is him walking onto somewhere and saying, "I'm an archaeologist," and then going, "I know what that means," and you kind of go, "Yeah." Okay, you don't feel like an archaeologist, but you feel like someone that's telling people that you are, and that plays into this game as well because you have those moments where he's like clearly spelling things out for the player and stuff.
There's an amazing scene with, and I'm not going to go into huge detail, but a scene with a villain, and it's you're both after the same thing, and it's like. Right. They're having this conversation because neither of them have fully figured something out, and they both want to, but without. And they both want to figure it out, and they want to be able to show the other one that they figured it out, but without giving it away. It's like they're taunting each other with what they know and what they've each figured out, and it's just great. It's so good.
I think that
which Uncharted's done a lot of, right? But I've not got to the scene that you're referring to. But Uncharted does that a lot, where the antagonist and the protagonist stand in front of each other, and they're both after the same goal. One person's got a piece of information that the other needs, and vice versa. Right, yeah. But it's so like spelt out to the player that this is what's going on that you kind of feel patronised.
Yeah.
And whereas nothing in Indiana Jones feels like you're being spoken down to.
Yeah.
And I imagine that scene plays out very differently to how it would with... Like, I could just imagine that in Uncharted with them sitting around a table going, and then like coming out with a witty thing. Whereas like I can imagine the tone of it in Indiana Jones where it is way more subtle.
Yeah.
And
it's like it's that
sort of writing and
that moment you get in shit films where the villain's like, aha, maybe we're not so different, you and I. It's that, but just played out rather than said. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. I should say as well, just in terms of performances, the Marios Gavrilis who plays Voss, I
think Voss is a great character.
So good, isn't he? Like, because I didn't realise. So the guy who plays him has mainly done like German voiceovers of like in like other games, and like obviously this is me very Anglo-centric point of view, but like I'm so glad that this has hopefully brought him to like a wider audience and he gets more work out of it because he's fucking brilliant. Like, because I'm assuming he did the motion capture as well, and like his fucking expression, the way he's like baring his teeth half the time, he just looks so fucking terrifying. It's brilliant.
Yeah, he's a great character, like one you would have seen in an Indiana Jones movie, because he's also got layers to him where he's also a Nazi, but he's like he thinks he's doing the right thing, and Indiana Jones, he's obviously has his own reasons for doing what he's doing. But I think Gina Lombardi, who's like the kind of the other person you kind of work alongside, her VO artist and maybe also mocap was fantastic as well. I think she's like a great kind of sidekick or great person to have on the journey as well. I think she's great. But just on the hint thing you mentioned earlier, or about not spreading out, I think the hint system is really clever because you have a camera, which you get, I think, in the second area, and that essentially acts as your hint system.
Yes.
So you can take pictures of, there's tons of things across the game. There's like hundreds of things, it seems like, to take pictures of. You can take a picture of obviously whatever you want, but there are certain areas that says, hey, take a picture here. And when you do, that like gives a bit of context about what you've seen. Maybe it's a sculpture, maybe it's a puzzle, but also it will give you a bit of a hint. So you can take pictures, and for every picture you get points, and those points can be kind of used to spend on your abilities. So you find ability books in the game, which is like. Though.
Yeah, no, I've picked up ability books, but I didn't know how to use them. I've never gone into this.
Yeah, so I mean, you pick up ability books, and then you have to go into the menu. But then you like a book basically about hand-to-hand combat, or about sneaking, or whatever, or stamina, or healing, whatever it is. And then for every picture you take, you get some points. Now other things in the game that get you these points, but you can. I took pictures of everything because I wanted the points to upgrade myself. But also, it's just nice that you can, when you're in a puzzle scenario, puzzle kind of tomb or whatever, you're like, well, I don't have to take a picture if I wanted to really truly work out for myself. But it's nice also to get a bit of extra context, a bit of extra information about it. But it kind of really allows the player to get as much or as little as they want hint wise for the puzzles. I think the puzzles are brilliantly done. I mentioned this earlier, when you go into a tomb and there's like layers and upon layers, but they're so well realized, and they do something really nice to scale. There are so many bits where you go into a huge tomb and there's like huge cogs, or huge kind of like doors, or like pulleys to pull. It feels like you're in the movies in that regard, and I think all the puzzles are excellent, the ones I've seen anyway.
And I think we sort of touched upon this when we talked about it the other week, but when you're doing the tombs, and some of them could be scary, maybe, or certainly I think we talked about this in relation to the spiders, but like the tombs in general could be very creepy or oppressive, but to Indy, it's a day at the office at the very least, right? Or at best, he's fucking excited, and you kind of share in that with him. You almost feel, because you're making your way through these tombs that like no one's been in for hundreds or thousands of years. You almost feel like lucky to be there. It's ridiculous, but you're just like, fuck, man, like no one else has discovered this apart from the millions of people who've also played the game.
So it really like effectively sort of like translate this sort of the joy of exploration,
exactly,
and, like, the excitement of this,
and the sense that
you're finding
stuff
that area time, like. That area when you walk into that sort of ancient vault with all that treasure in it, I could not believe how detailed that was. Yeah. Like, it was like, holy fucking shit.
There's so much stuff I feel bad for just like walking past and just not really looking at it. It's mad.
Yeah, it's a good game, isn't it?
Good fucking game.
Tony Todd, also the late Tony Todd who played Candyman, he's in it. He's a brilliant character as well. The way his character kind of evolves over the story is great. Yeah. One other thing, this is like a silly thing, but like when you finish a game, you can go back and still mop up side quests and stuff. So,
brilliant.
Which is great. There's a tick or something to say you've finished the game, but you can go back in and collect all the things you wanted to collect and do the side missions and go back. And I think I'm definitely going to do that. it's nice because at first it doesn't feel like you can travel everywhere, but later on it says you can travel to previous locations, and there are like, you know, reasons to do that as well. So cool. Yeah, there's lots of reasons to explore, reasons to go back, and each of the environments were so different. Some much larger than others, some are much more linear, some are these kind of more open zone or, you know, open areas, and they're great, but each with their own kind of different levels of intricacy and the puzzles you find within as well.
Okay, it's time to
There's
vote.
plenty more I can say, but yeah, that's it so far.
I know. It's time to vote. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle versus Alarmo.
It's tough. This is when I hate
Matt
this
Murray.
process.
Alarmo's the real Great Circle.
Yeah, maybe Alarmo was the alarm we made along the way. I'm going to go... There was no point pretending. I'm going to go Indiana Jones.
Sean Bell.
Indiana Jones.
James Farley.
I mean, it's a stitch up, but I'm going to go for... I'm going to vote for Indiana Jones, honestly, because, I mean, I've not really played that much of it, but I have enjoyed what I have played so far, honestly.
A token vote for Alarmo from me.
Don't,
James will switch now.
James, do you want to change?
No, I'm okay. It's fine.
Oh, come on, I want to hear the arguments.
It's fine. You can't appreciate it. It's fine.
What James means is it's
Indiana
gone 1 a.m. in
Jones.
Germany, and
Oh yeah, of course. Holy shit, yeah.
No,
do you know what? There was one point during this recording that I was like, oh no, this is going to be a short one this year. There was
no such luck.
I will say, you know, we do this every year, and there's so many game stuff I'm going to want to play after hearing, you know, you lot talk about them. I might buy an Alarmo.
Buy fucking Alarmo then.
I'm tempted, yeah. Tempted.
James, Silent Hill 2 is out next.
Okay. See, Silent Hill 2, I mean, this is a game that absolutely is one of my games of the year because I had such low expectations for this before, and I had also had very little interest in playing it, largely because obviously it's Bloober Team, and I'd played all of the games that they played in the past, and they'd been generally awful. Yeah, they were really not very good, particularly the Medium, which had very troubling messages that it had at the end of that. But this completely blew me away. It's built on a very, very solid foundation with Silent Hill 2, with the psychological narrative that explores all these themes of, like, you know, sort of grief, guilt, and, you know, obviously eventually, hopefully in some cases, redemption, depending on what kind of ending you get. But there's this unrelenting atmosphere, which is the thing which is so impressive with this game, which does, you know, it affected my mental state, you know, as I was playing the game, more so than you get from anything like any of the Resident Evil series or anything like that. And I mean, I've not played any other game this year that has really made me feel as connected to a protagonist as I have with James in this character. And there's this real sort of ethereal quality to the game, even though it does make complete logical sense. Like, you have all of these sort of interesting, strange, characters that you meet along the way, and also, you know, an environment which is, you know, sort of shifting and changing. But there is an internal logic to the whole thing, which makes, which makes a lot of sense. And, you know, as with, kind of as with, like, you know, like a dragon, it's like, you know, the supporting characters are really complex and interesting. And despite the sort of the real grimness about the game, I enjoyed exploring every inch of this game. Like, it was one of those things where, you know, every environment that I went into, I wanted to explore everything, and I wanted to sort of experience everything. And there's one of the things that this game does, I think, better than any other I guess, you know, sort of horror game of its type, is the rush that you get of seeing sunlight after you've been sort of imprisoned in some area for such a long time, you know, in this sort of horrible environment, and you feel such a sense of relief when you come out. And you know, the game feels like this sort of nightmare, but in the best, possible sense. And I mean, Bloober Team, I think, they really do deserve a lot of credit for this, because even though, as I said, it's based on this like really, really solid foundation of a game which was it's in a lot of people's sort of best games ever made kind of list. But this remake is the best remake I think I've ever played, and I would play this over the original sort of any time. It's really something that's special, and it's such a shame because I know that none of you have played this, and none of you would probably want to play this because I know nobody really is into it.
I definitely do. I've seen enough. I've seen you talk about enough, and it feels like not too much of a stretch from Resi 2 remake, which I loved. But obviously it's probably a lot more scary, but I definitely want to play this.
Yeah, and I think it really does go beyond like Resident Evil 2, especially in sort of the coherence of the world that you're engaging with, but also, I mean, like the puzzles as well. I mean, I'm not somebody that really particularly enjoys puzzles in games, but the way that they're realised in this is so well executed that you sort of feel, you feel good, from being able to figure things out, but it's just the unrelenting feeling of sort of dread that you get from this game is really something quite special. And it's I know that sounds strange because normally maybe you wouldn't want to have that kind of feeling, but it's
sounds a bit perverted, mate.
Yeah, maybe, but
anything.
But it's really special. This game is it's incredible, honestly. I mean, I just kept going back to it. I couldn't stop playing it because it's really excellent. Yeah.
But of course, it is up against the mighty Call of Duty Black Ops 6.
Great, another shooty bang bang game.
This game fucking blew me away this year. I wasn't expecting it at all. And I think the campaign is all right. I wouldn't say it's one of the... it's probably one of the better recent campaigns. It's got some really cool levels, but I think the problem with the campaign is that I'm so used to playing Call of Duty campaigns. This goes against what most of those games do, and because of that, I didn't really pay attention to a lot of it. And then all of a sudden, there's some psychedelic world of this level. Yeah, psychedelic. I've been drinking as well, and I'm like, but I don't really get why I'm doing this because usually I just ignore the plot in these games. But anyway, this game has gripped me up to the point where I cannot stop playing Call of Duty Black Ops 6. The multiplayer, I play it on my own. I play it with friends. I've got a confession to make. I've prestiged in this game, which I've not done since probably Modern Warfare 2. I am so in love with it as a multiplayer experience that it had to get nominated this year. It had to, because I am hours and hours and hours into this fucking thing, and it's all I'm thinking about. If I wasn't recording this right now, I'd be playing it. I played a round 2 nights ago. I got 63 kills in one game. Like, that's insane. And I am fully aware. No, this is it though, James. I am fully aware that that's the skill-based matchmaking doing its thing. Because when I play with one of my mates, I'm not getting anywhere in that. I'm not getting any kills in that. But when I'm playing on my own, the game goes, right, he is shit. So let's put him in with the shit. Like, what is it? John calls it the dad servers. We're in the dad servers now. It's fine. It's just, there's just something about it that I has grabbed me that a Call of Duty game hasn't. Because I've got into past Call of Duty games, World War II. You've had the other Black Ops games and the other Modern Warfare games. I've got into them, but they've not grabbed me this much. I'm blown away by how much time I'm spending on this thing, and I am not done yet. I cannot wait to prestige again and just keep doing it over and over again because I just love it. The maps, the game modes, I can't stop playing it. And it feels weird talking about a Call of Duty game in this context. I can't remember the last time a Call of Duty game was, or if ever, it's been nominated for a Game of the Year show on TCGS.
Yeah, I guess like the campaigns haven't been great, and I guess for some of us, hasn't pulled us in enough. I know you've played them. Well, you and James have both played them for many years. But this feels like a great combination of both great multiplayer and a great campaign, or a good campaign at least. It's scored highly on the campaign.
Yeah, but it's the multiplayer that gets it. It's the multiplayer that you go, holy shit, they've nailed this. And I'm fascinated to know what fans of the series think. You know, like, although I play it every year, I wouldn't consider myself as a fan, like a proper one of those people that's all they play throughout the year. I'm interested to hear what they think of this, because for me, it's just been spot on, perfect. I love it. I fucking love it, Matt. I love it.
Yeah, I do.
I love it.
Wish I played more of this, because I mean, I was heavily addicted to Modern Warfare 2, original Modern Warfare 2. And so I know the senses and the feelings you get when you hear like the sounds and the feeling of a good round in multiplayer. Yeah, it's like just hearing that is almost like sets me back.
This one, you know what a spring mine is? It's like a proximity mine that flies into the air if you go near it and kills. The amount of times we're playing and just, you know, you'll set one up and then you'll go and play and then you'll hit someone, or you put one down, you turn around the corner, someone kills you, and you see them run around the corner, and then all of it comes up. You've got a spring mine kill, and when we're playing with mates, we'll just got a Jerry Springer. Like it's so good. It's just that feeling of I put that in the right place that you didn't notice it. And then all the perks, and if you choose the same perks in the same class, you get an extra perk, and that's really cool. You know, so like I'm an engineer essentially, which is bollocks really. It just means that you can see through you can see people's like spring mines or I don't know what to call them, but they're like remote control car bomb things. You can see all that stuff through walls, so you know exactly where that stuff is. You get like a little indication on your screen when someone's got their scope on you. That's really cool. And if you line up all your perks in the same class, my extra perk that it just gives you is that for half a second when you spawn, you can see where all the enemies are through the walls. Just half a second. So it just gives you that tiny advantage. You're like, there's a guy out there, right? There's a guy laying down on that balcony. I know exactly where he is now. But if he moves after that half a second, then you've fucked. But this game is so good. It's one of the best multiplayer shooters I've played for a long time, and I can't wait to play more of it over Christmas, to be honest with you.
It's really good.
Should we vote?
I enjoyed the campaign a lot more than you.
Talk about zombies. Yeah, of course.
And I played a shitload of zombies as well, which I was not expecting. I do want to get into the multiplayer. I haven't yet, but yeah. Very, very pleasantly surprised.
Let's have a few games, man. Wait, Ian plays it.
Yeah.
But I play it with Ian and us.
Thanks, mate. Fobbing me off.
Huh? No?
What, did I miss it in that? It sounded like you were just going.
What's going on?
Yeah. It sounded like you were just going like, "Oh, well, you can play it with Ian."
No, play it with Ian and us. Like play it with us.
I thought you were saying like, "Oh, Ian plays. You play with Ian."
Lee.
I was like, "All right, well, I'll play it with you then, Dave." Fucking sorry.
No, fucking hell. We should absolutely do that. No. We should absolutely do that. We should have a night with Ian. Like,
just not with you, but with Ian only. Yeah.
I would invite you, Matt, but you never fucking show up for multiplayer games anymore. Right, should we get to voting? Silent Hill 2 or Black Ops 6? I'll go first. Black Ops 6. James?
Silent Hill 2.
Matt?
This is a genuinely tough one, because I know I would love...
Yeah, it's tough.
Well, I know I would... I mean, you'd love maybe difficult, because I know I'll probably be scared, but I know I would really enjoy Silent Hill 2, especially after all the praise that James has said and everyone else has said, and the kind of not just the fact that it's like a surprise, surprisingly did well, review wise. But it just looks like a great game. I haven't played the original either, but I have played Black Ops 6, and I've loved what I played in the campaign. I'm too scared to go multiplayer, so I'm really.
Oh mate, don't be honest. Even the little I've played with the multiplayer, I did all right, and I'm pretty sure it was against real people.
Where this is going.
No. It's less about that. I'm more scared that once I start, I may not stop.
Oh, I see.
Well, then don't stop, Matt. I will play with you every night on Black Ops. I honestly, I'm on it all the time.
Yeah. Can you come back to me? This is I really am on knife edge here. James, why should I vote for Silent Hill 2?
I mean, I think I know which way this is going anyway.
Wait, hold on, Sean.
Huh?
What's your vote, Sean?
Oh, sorry. Black Ops, yeah.
Fucking hell.
Okay.
I'll go Silent Hill 2 then.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Matt.
Okay. Can I start the negotiation?
Right.
Silent Hill 2,
Matt?
one of the most critically acclaimed games that there's ever been. And then
It's been
I
critically
don't know what a
acclaimed,
critically
guys.
acclaimed game is.
Oh, I didn't know it was critically acclaimed. I'm tempted to
Matt,
change my vote. Yes.
James knocks one of your games out for Alarmo. Please vote.
That's the point.
It's a very good point, actually.
Literally all of my games have been knocked out. I've got nothing in the next round. So I've got... Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Haven't you?
Well, this is the last one.
Well, this... Come on then, Matt. This completes the Alarmo thing.
I mean, have you got an argument, James, or what?
No, but it's going to be interesting in the next round, so what I'm going to be voting for.
James, my vote could be yours. Just tell me a reason why I should vote Silent Hill 2, not Black Ops.
This year, James is the wild card.
Disappointing.
James is not over to convince me to vote.
He's given up. Matt, come on.
James, you've got one last chance.
Let's go for another Call of Duty game. Let's go for a...
James, I'm asking you to say something to convince me. I'm on a knife edge here. Say something.
No, I think, Matt, I mean, you would...
Oh, for fuck's sake.
No, you would... I think you would really enjoy Silent Hill 2. Like, you've had a great time with Alan Wake. You've enjoyed the Resident Evil games. This is like the pinnacle of that. And that's why I think you would really dig this.
It's not the pinnacle of it, is it?
Fucking hell, it is, David. You have no fucking clue at all because you've never played any of these games, and it's just like, let's go for another Call of Duty.
It's not the pinnacle of it. Is it the pinnacle of it?
Yes, it fucking is.
Matt, come on. Let's do him for the Alarmo thing. Once we do him for the Alarmo thing, that's it. We're done.
And he'll never try that shit again.
Oh, don't you
believe it? He'll try every year because he wins every year, Sean, so there's no point.
That's true.
Hang on. But then we'll just vote all these games out in round one.
This is bullshit. You're having a go at me for the Alarmo. Dave, this was your idea. And you...
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
Hold on. If I say jump off a cliff, would you?
How is that any way comparable at all to choosing an alarm clock for a Game of the Year show?
Well,
that's
look at where you're at.
I think it's very comparable, actually. In terms of severity.
Can I just say, last weekend I was sick so much that it still hurts to laugh. And I'm having a bad time.
You ran the wrong show, baby.
Yeah, laughed a minute over here. Sorry, is that supposed to make me change my vote, Sean? I'm not sure what else.
No, I just wanted to mention.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm going to vote Black Ops.
Hey. Bye-bye, Silent Hill 2.
What is the point?
Bye-bye,
What
James.
is the point?
Game of the Year show 2024.
Up yours, Alarmo. Is that round one done?
One more piss break, please.
That's round one done.
Round one.
Round one is done.
I'm going to remember this.
3 hours and 40 minutes.
No, you won't, James. You had 64 beers.
You're gonna wake up with sick in your mouth.
Yeah, so James, you obviously started with 5 games and
I've got 0 now. Yeah, it's fine.
Well, at least you can't complain all your games come out last.
Well, I did.
But I mean, like, you know, that's only round one.
Yep.
Okay, well,
You can enjoy yourself now.
This should speed up because we're at the quarterfinals.
You're saying it should. I fucking hope it does speed up.
Yeah, because
we could do another 3 hours of this. You know, just for each one.
Right, let's get to the first quarterfinal. It's an interesting one. It's a really interesting one. Helldivers 2 versus Animal Well.
Oh, fuck off.
No one will not,
because it
Sean.
gets quicker as we go on, but it's also more painful, isn't it?
It is more painful because Alarmo's not in it anymore, so it's harder.
It's tough. We've taken out the real winner, so what are we going to do?
Never given a shot.
I'm going to start with you, Sean. No, I'm not going to start with you, Sean. I'm going to start with James Farley.
I'm probably, in this case, going to go for Helldivers 2.
I didn't expect that.
Really?
Okay. Yeah, no, I didn't. Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I think I probably will also go for Helldivers 2. I mean, really admire all the stuff Animal World does, but the action in Helldivers 2 just can't really be beaten on like a multiplayer aspect this year.
When I think,
and like the things you said about the movie.
When I think of like, which game did I have the most sort of pure sort of fun with, I'd have to say Helldivers.
That's it, isn't it? Helldivers is a laugh. And a fucking good one at that.
Is that where you're going?
I think it probably is where I'm going.
Wow.
Which is shit. Which is really shit.
I was going to switch my vote to Animal Well.
Wow. I mean, there's still time for that.
Yeah, sorry, we don't usually get just clean sweeps like that, but I don't know, it feels
right.
right.
No, it's not a clean sweep. Like I was going to go Animal Well, and that's really interesting. We've both swapped games.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Okay.
Forgot about that.
Well, Helldivers 2's got 3 votes and Animal World's got 1.
Yeah.
Ow,
doesn't feel good.
If this could be a regret, then change your vote to what you want rather than.
No, it's just I don't want either of them to go out.
Yeah,
I think they're both absolutely
really
superb.
fucking good games.
Yeah.
Yeah, in such different
ways.
And I think
and not only are they both good, but they're both like relatively. The amount of success they created was unexpected.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And I think they're both. It's hard to talk about because so many deserving games.
Stop, Sean. Stop. I heard someone's phone vibrate. Then.
Oh, do you know what that is?
Is someone making a deal? Someone's phone vibrated. What's happening?
No, I will.
No,
it's even got a timestamp on it. It's from Joe.
Oh yeah,
I'll
is it?
In the WhatsApp group just to prove, yeah.
So is Joe asleep?
What deal is she making?
Yeah, what she's like, the deal is shut the fuck up.
I'll give you 10 quid to shut up.
Hold on, one sec. This all will be explained.
Quick, David's faking a message because it was a deal that came through.
There's no camera. You just got to come here quick. Right, what did you just text me just now? There we go. Right, so you can go for a wee.
Okay.
It wasn't. It wasn't a deal. It was Joe needing a wee.
I mean, it wasn't very clear. That could have just been you doing a voice.
Yes. Oh, she's there again.
Right, okay, there you go. There's the message. Look, 34 minutes past midnight. I need a wee. All good.
Okay, I'll allow that. I just think you've got to be on guard at all times. And I heard a vibration come through.
What are you fencing? Are you fencing?
Am I fencing? What?
Yeah, on guard.
Oh. No, I'm not.
I've only just worked out that that's what it means in fencing. On guard, be on guard.
All right,
Yep.
On guard.
Yeah, we know it.
Yeah. All right.
No, I'm not fencing. What was the new term? I wasn't aware. Oh, you're not fencing, bruv. You're not fencing. So what? Am I skibbity what?
I still think it's weird that fucking Animal World's got out. This just feels awful.
Sorry, I completely forgot what point I was going to make. So on we go.
Sean.
Astrobot versus Ultros. Now this feels straightforward to me.
Yeah, it does to me.
Sorry, Sean, but Astrobot's one of the best, if not the best game of the year.
Oh, is it?
I'm voting Astrobot. Sean?
I'm voting Ultros.
Astrobot.
James?
That's Astrobot, obviously.
Straightforward one. A straightforward one.
This is happening too quick. This is.
I was just thinking if anyone else had voted Ultros, can you imagine the accusations of deals?
I was
I'm still trying to work out what that deal was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Lorelei and the Laser Eyes versus Balatro.
What's fine, James?
Oh, it's a joke. It's
Matt. What are you voting for?
I'm going to go Lorelei and the Laser Eyes.
It's not a joke. Come on.
It is a joke.
Sean.
Balatro.
I'm voting Balatro. James.
Balatro.
I mean, I was going to say, Balatro is clearly the better game, but I think a token vote for Lorelei and Laser Eyes because it's a fantastic game.
Why don't you shut your mouth?
Why don't you shut your mouth, mate? Okay.
Yeah, good point.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to vote for... No, I can't.
I think this one's quite interesting. Indiana Jones versus Call of Duty Black Ops 6. This is... I mean, I don't know which way to go first. Maybe I should go with Matt.
Yeah, I'm going to vote for Indiana Jones and The Great Circle. I think it's a fantastic game. Just before we get on to the rest of the votes, it's a bit of a shame, isn't it? It came out so late in the year. I know, technically, I powered through it and it's kind of involved in this show, but I bet there must be guide. I know it's not always about that, and ultimately it's about getting up for Christmas, etc. But if this was an October game, a November game, many more people would be talking about it. It's kind of...
Yeah, but if it was a January, February game, people would have forgotten about it. Do you know what I mean? It's like...
Well, no, because it'll still be in the conversation this time next year. So
it's a weird time to release it, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they clearly would not have wanted it that late. It must have got delayed and stuff.
Well, I've seen people theorising that it's Microsoft sort of going like, hey, you all subscribe to Game Pass for Call of Duty. Now look at this.
I
guess it will keep people subscribed another month or so.
Yeah,
but I just think there's... Not that it's all about all the YouTubers, podcasts, websites, outlets, magazines talking about Game of the Year, but surely that's a huge extra marketing push, and if you get it out in a sensible time frame. But when did Call of Duty come out? That was October? Was it November?
October, I think.
Yeah, I bet they would love this to be a November game, but anyway.
Okay, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is the way I'm voting. Matt, Indiana Jones, right?
Yep.
James Farley.
Indiana Jones.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sean?
It's got to be Indy.
No, it doesn't.
And I really thought that Black Ops campaign was exceptional. I just thought it was so full of silly shit that is just played completely straight. I had such a good time with it. But I just think Indy's really fucking wonderful.
How much have you played, James? Because you didn't talk about it on the show much.
I've only got as far as the Vatican. I'm nowhere into it hardly at all. I really want to play. Is it on xCloud?
So why did you vote for it?
I mean, I voted for it because I enjoyed what I played of it so far, and I wasn't that impressed so far with Call of Duty, honestly.
What?
No, I wasn't. Sorry, I just wasn't. I played the campaign of it, and I thought it's just fine.
There's a deal going on. There is a deal afoot, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, it's on Cloud Gaming, James.
And also because you knocked out Silent Hill 2 with this nonsense. So, I'm going for Indiana Jones.
I didn't. It wasn't just me, James.
Don't care.
All right. Fucking hell, we got a loose cannon up and up.
World burn, mate.
Got a wild card.
Okay, we're into the semi-finals. Are we ready?
This is good. We might actually be done by 4-hour mark.
This is actually flying by.
This is how it usually goes. This is how it usually goes. It's usually half an hour for the last bit.
Yep.
Helldivers 2 versus Astrobot. Sean Bell.
Helldivers.
James Farley.
Astrobot.
Matt.
Astrobot.
Oh, come on.
No, Sean,
got to be Astrobot.
You haven't played it, Sean.
You have not played it. But you will not regret it if you ever get to play it. Astrobot it's
absolutely
the sequel will be out by the time I get to play it.
Yeah.
I can't wait for the time you do play it. But it's fucking great.
Okay, other semi-final: Balatro versus Indiana Jones. Whew, Matt.
This is genuinely tough because I love Indy, but it's clear that Balatro is quite special. I am going to start the bidding at Indiana Jones.
James.
This is also a little bit tough because I'm going to have to go Balatro because, I mean, I don't like, card games that much or, this kind of games, but but I really, really dug this. I thought it was fantastic. So I'm going to vote for Balatro.
Sean?
Balatro.
I'm going Balatro.
God damn.
Has to be. Wow. Yeah. We are in the final, people.
This is the final that everyone assumed it was going to be as well, which is...
Did they?
Yeah, I think it was...
I've not really been following the conversation.
No, I think...
No, I just assumed with us. I mean, Balatro, 100%, I thought this is...
Yeah. I genuinely... I can't remember if I said this the other week when we were obviously heading towards the draft. I was like, oh man, Balatro is going to be my wild card for sure. And then it's like, oh no, Dave's playing it and Matt's playing it again, and even James likes it now. Fucking hell!
I know. I nearly even. If I'd have been out first, I was really tempted to choose it for my own because I just thought it was so good. Yeah.
Sure. Cool.
But not as good as Astrobot.
Right. Oh, hello. Is that you saying what your vote is?
Yeah,
James?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm voting for Astrobot. I had a wonderful experience with that game.
Sean?
Balatro.
Matt?
Astrobot for me.
Oh, fuck off.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Sean.
I love both, but I mean, Astrobot is it's just...
Yeah, it feels bad because it feels like, I'm voting Balatro.
Oh, fucking hell.
Okay.
I've got so many reasons why I'm voting Balatro in this final that I can't get them all out at once. I can't have Astrobot winning.
Why?
I can't do it.
Why?
I can't. There are so many reasons, James. There are so many fucking reasons.
When you say
there are so many fucking reasons.
Deals you've done with Sean? Is that like the thing?
No,
I haven't done any deals.
No, it's the fact that the Red Dead Redemption thing.
Oh, fucking
it's the fact that
fucking hell. But it's a different game, David.
It's the fact that you two are the most delusional people on the face of the fucking planet.
So who?
Both you, James and Matt.
What does that mean?
Well, I'll tell you why. I loved Astrobot. I thought it was fucking great. But the sheer propaganda that Sony put in front of you, you sit there lapping it up and eating it.
David, this one game of the year. This was like this is nonsense.
Listen, Matt.
You're doing it out of spite.
Yes, it's not out of the quality of the game.
You seem to be obsessed with this fact that you feel that you willed this game into life.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You didn't. When Matt was talking about Astrobot at the start of this fucking podcast, Matt said, I'm glad more people get to experience Astrobot.
But we've all said that because we like the previous ones which didn't have a larger audience.
This is the previous one. Was a packing game for the PS5, the console you have to own to play this.
Yeah, but it wasn't like it wasn't a full title.
What are you talking about?
Because it wasn't a full title. Not everyone put in the demo disc. People were playing games.
This is a joke. Do you not realise how delusional that quote is?
This is a total
joke. Do you not realise how insane that quote is?
Also, that is more about the fact, previously it was VR. We all said we wanted like a full-scale, full-budget game that this team can really showcase.
Millions of other people, Matt.
Yeah, I'm not saying they didn't.
Of other people.
Everyone who played the previous ones is happy that this game is out and done so well, and everyone loves it.
This is all in your head, David. Like you've constructed an entire narrative, which is just nonsense. This is ridiculous.
What narrative have I constructed?
You've constructed a narrative of spite, is what this is, and it's just ridiculous.
What do you mean,
narrative of spite?
You mentioned Red Dead Redemption, Titanfall 2. This is your way of getting back at us. That's what this is all about. I didn't mention Titanfall 2. I never mentioned Titanfall 2.
You didn't need to.
You didn't have to. Yeah. You're like,
so your reasons, it's not about being Balatro being better. It's just the fact that you don't want Astrobot to win because I think I would like more people to play it, and we've all said that. I'm not saying we originated that. Okay. I'm saying,
James, do you know what? Do you know what the other reason really fucks me off? James every year goes, it's the obvious choice.
Exactly. And that's why you're going for Balatro
again,
isn't it?
Unless it's the obvious choice that you want.
Balatro's the obvious choice
that you want.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Everyone said that Astrobot was going to be our game of the year.
No, they didn't. Nobody said that. That is complete nonsense.
No one said that Astrobot's definitely going to be our game of the year.
Someone at work asked me about the Game of the Year show, and I was like it's obviously it's going to be Balatro. It's like a classic TCGS thing.
It has to be done. It's an indie game. It's an indie darling. It's got to be the.
I absolutely did.
Matt, you don't work anymore, so that's bollocks straight away.
I'm still working. I don't finish until later in January. We fucking released the game on PSVR 2. I'm still working. Yeah. Starship Troopers out now.
Balatro's the winner of this. I'm digging my heels in. I'm going to do what you guys have done in the past.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously I'm not going to switch.
Well, all the reasons you listed was Spite. So sorry, Sean.
Obviously I'm not going to switch. Clearly, Dave isn't.
Nah,
well, I'm not fucking
switching either. So it's going to
I would. This is
the thing, right? Maybe I would have been interested in switching, but you've been a real dick about this, David. So I'm absolutely not going to.
Okay, you're an hour ahead of me. It's nearly 2:00 your end. You will break before me. I don't give a fuck.
I'm sitting here with a whole ton of cans, and I'm not bothered.
I'm not doing it.
He's got a whole ton of cans, and he ain't fucking moving.
A ton of cans. I'm not budging. I'm not budging
either.
I'm not budging.
I think it's such a good game. I think Balatro's a better game. I'm not voting for Astrobot because I've been sucking on the nipple of Sony. I'm not doing it.
That is disgusting, David. It's just it's absurd.
Supping away.
Can you not use that kind of language? It's an incredible game. Both his games are incredible. That's why in the final. And lots of people love them. Yeah. But come on, David, Astrobot, you love it as much as we all do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's convinced me to change my vote, Matt.
I can't vote for it. I can't vote for it because it's a Sony game and I like Xbox. It's just...
Oh, yeah, I'm an Xbox fanboy.
Listen to them.
Hello, is that Phil Harrison?
It pushes so much.
Well, no, it's one of them.
But it pushes... I love the way it connects you to the Sony brand. What did he say earlier, Sean? It made me feel sick.
IPs?
Something about it being uncynical. Even though
that is true.
It features loads of IPs that Sony have just sort of have to die. And
it's just a joyful game. What's wrong with that?
They don't even own.
Yeah, but it was synonymous with PlayStation.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Well, no, so are you denying that? Are you denying things like Metal Gear aren't synonymous with PlayStation? What's your thought there, David?
My thought is, come on, man. You've gone into the propaganda. No,
I'm just focused on the fact. I mean, both these are great games, but I think Astrobot is a better game.
It's not, though.
It's an incredible 3D platformer with all the love put into it, all the creativity, all the ideas. They come and they go. It's brilliant from start to finish.
A lot of the ideas are taken from the free one.
Well, I'm not saying every idea is new. I'm saying every idea is really well implemented, and it makes every level brilliant to play.
I'd still
the challenge is excellent.
James would agree with me that the monkey levels are not very good.
Yeah.
Come on, you would agree with that, James, right?
But then the ratio of hits to not being good is tiny. Like it's ridiculous.
I agree. But the monkey levels are not good.
I mean, regardless of your thoughts on the monkey levels.
And the inflating thing. The inflating bit isn't good.
The inflating
either.
pig. The pig ability. Is that it?
Yeah, that's not good.
It's one of the weak abilities, sure, but that does not negate the fact it's an incredible game from start. And the challenge on that last level was so bloody good. So bloody good.
Yeah, it's fucking brilliant. It's really good.
The entire game is so fucking brilliant.
Game. I'm not changing my vote.
Neither am I.
Man, this is going to be a long one, actually, in the end, isn't it? Because I'm not moving.
Be a long one.
I'm not moving. Sean's not moving. David's not moving. James, you better not fucking move.
I'm not. I'm going nowhere. This is
great. Okay,
I'm
strap
going
in.
because I'm annoyed. at this ridiculous bullshit that David's saying. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, what's funny is all these reasons, none of them are actually about Balatro being better. It's just about Astrobot not being as good, which I think is not a great way to go about it.
Are we just going to keep, every time they release an Astrobot game, we're going to go, yeah, Game of the Year?
Let it in.
Is that how it's going? We're going to get two Astrobot
No, because
we're going to say that every time that they release an amazing game like they have done with this one.
Every time Astrobot brings out
Playroom didn't go
Game
in.
of the Year, why is that? Because I fucking won't go for Sony.
How many like fucking Nintendo games have gone? Oh, another Mario game.
It's Breath
they're
of
all
the
good.
Wild.
What's wrong with that?
I don't think. No, hold on. I don't think Mario Games won.
Actually, I just changing the subject slightly. Isn't it kind of mad that a Zelda game came out this year? None of us even had it on our lists, let alone.
It wasn't very good.
It wasn't very
Mad,
good.
It was mad.
It was a dreadful game.
Anyway, where were you, prick? You fucking. Yeah. I mean, if they keep releasing incredible games, I mean, when the joke runs out or when like it stops being as fun or creative or inventive, then sure, we won't do it. But they've done it again.
I had the best weekend. I had the best weekends of my year, like playing that game. It was incredible.
I couldn't give a fuck, James.
It's so incredibly joyful. David, is it not so incredibly joyful?
Yeah, it's fucking great. It's a really fucking good game. Really good. It's not our Game of the Year.
It's not Balatro.
It's Balatro.
Yeah,
Balatro's our Game of the Year. Yeah, it is.
But you haven't given one reason why it should be. But whereas we've given loads of reasons why it should be
several
Astrobot.
reasons why it should be.
Not in this last segment, you haven't. You just been like, because Red Dead Redemption. What does that mean?
I knew I should have held on to the banana stuff until now.
Yeah, you should have saved that.
Really would have swung it.
You absolutely fucked it. Save the banana fact, Sean.
What are we going to do then? Because I'm not going to change.
Let's just keep talking circles on the
I'm
movie.
also not going to change.
No,
I can't. I'm not fucking changing for a game I've not played. And
No, it's not you need to change, Sean. I think it's David.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to change. So what are you going to do? I can't wait for this because
should we do a deal?
the amount of years we've been through of this shit, where you just dig your heels in needlessly. And I've
Not
always,
needlessly, because I believe in something.
I've always been the one. I've always been the one
You
that's
have
been
not
like,
always been the one.
for the good of the show, I'm going to fucking change. I'm not going to do it this time. I'm not going to do it.
For the good of the show, I'm sticking to my guns, actually.
You always stick to your guns. It's fucking boring,
I
man.
don't.
Do something different with your life.
I don't have a load.
Matt, don't let him get under your skin.
No, James, do not worry. I'm dug in. I'm not moving an inch.
James is going to fall
current
asleep.
time,
Can we
James,
Hamburg.
James, I know it's late over there, but do not change. I swear
I'm not
to
changing
God.
anything. I'm getting beyond tired at this point, and it's fine. It's okay.
If James falls asleep, I win. That's it.
That's unfair. No, I'll ring. I'll ring him to wake him up.
That's what's going to happen.
He's fucking Alarmo.
Yeah, quick, James. Set an alarm mode for every 15 minutes.
We'll just hear the fucking coins go.
Yeah.
Right, can we clearly, Dave has antagonised the two of you, which has maybe not been the best strategy
weird
to win
tactic,
you
isn't it,
over.
Sean? Yeah.
Can
I
we
didn't
come
give a
back?
shit about the strategy.
Can we come back to a place of
Clearly
love
not.
and healing?
He's been a wanker.
I wasn't gonna.
You're
use those words.
constantly a wanker, James. So fuck off. I don't care.
That's what the
You're
coins are
wanker,
going
mate,
off.
if anyone is. Just we need to get back to a place of healing and
Okay.
Vote for Astrobot.
and voting for Balatro.
Oh.
I
Wasn't where I was gonna go.
You dicks voted all my games out, so I'm sticking with Astrobot.
Oh, God.
James, all right, okay. Like, if we're coming back to the table again, right? We've had a little
We never left.
moment. We're back at the table. James, don't you think it's incredible that a roguelike card-based deck builder has won you over? Like, that
a
is
game you're
insane,
allergic
right?
to on several levels.
Yeah.
Like, we've had years of you going, fuck, literally saying, fuck roguelike deck builders. Like, it's been a running theme on this show.
It's true.
Do you remember
It's true.
a few years ago when, do you remember when a few years ago when Sean was talking about Marvel Snap and you were laughing in the background?
I'll slow down to script, wasn't it? That was about time.
Don't you think that is insane? That Balatro has won you over slightly.
Yeah,
I mean, forgetting all the shit, and I mean, we're fucking around, but seriously, don't you think that's incredible?
You're doing a good job at trying to manipulate me, but it's not going to work because although, Balatro is a very, very good game. It did win me over completely, but Astrobot's the better game, and as I said, I had an incredible weekend with that game.
It's not the better game.
It is.
It's not the better game. It's not, and it's not our game of the year. I'm telling you, man.
Neither's Balatro.
Oh,
Sean, what do we do?
I'm not switching.
Yeah, Sean isn't switching.
No,
Me and James aren't switching.
What do we do from here? We've never had a deadlock like this before.
No, this is the worst it's ever been, I think.
For the best.
And
So what do we do?
James isn't pissed enough to just...
No, that's the thing. I've only...
Yeah, I respect that. Love that for you, James.
Yeah.
That's great work.
No, but he's fucking tired enough.
That's true, the correct time in Hamburg is coming up to 2 a.m.
Are you working tomorrow, James?
Well, he's in Hamburg.
I'm working tomorrow, yes. But this means more. This is important.
Yeah, you know what?
Well,
Yeah, you're right.
Glad
You
you
are
finally
right.
You didn't say
realised
that
that,
when you
James.
said you were going to be fucking late.
No, but he has realised where's bread's but I didn't actually for that
Not
reason. I
helping
think
you
it's
face
great.
it, David.
I don't care, James, because I'm not changing. I don't care because I'm not changing my vote. Balatro's our game of the year.
It's got to be,
keep
man.
saying
Come
that,
on.
but it doesn't make it true, David.
But it's
Okay,
got to be.
fine.
But like you haven't given any reasons why we should
It's
switch.
the fucking...
I've given you so many
No, all
reasons
you've done
why
is
I'm
Not,
slag us
not in
off.
this segment. You've done fuck all.
Yeah.
Other than mention Red Dead Redemption 2,
And
which
they
is
slagged us off.
bizarre. Yeah.
I'm quite happy with my performance, Matt.
Well, you shouldn't be. You've done nothing to change my mind.
Yeah, all you've done is just antagonise me. Like, why on earth would I want to help you?
I could give a fuck. I'm not joking. Because I'll tell you why, Matt. Right? Here's how this is going to go. This next... I will sit here for hours. I don't have to go to work tomorrow. I will sit here for hours until James falls asleep and Balatro wins. Or one of you can change your vote.
We can just skip that. If one of you
Well,
changes
No,
your
I
vote.
think we
Skip
should
that
play that out.
and go
Let's
to
play
bed.
it out.
Okay,
I
let's
can
play
go,
it
but I can go back late. Don't matter.
Yeah.
The thing is, we are drifting into...
You go to bed late.
No, I can go to work late. I will stay up until 5 a.m. I don't give a fuck. James, stay awake.
I'm just
This is
saying,
This is
I
the
can-
ultimate way to end this show.
I can hear
we
the
wait until
listeners-
one of the guests pass out.
I can hear the listeners going, all right, lads, come on.
And looking down at their iPhone. And there's another 2 hours left.
Say what? So the bonus show.
Can't we just like flip a coin or something?
No, we're not.
No,
That's too risky.
we can't flip a coin.
Can't we toss for it?
I mean, that would be in the spirit of Balatro.
Well, the
There's
cameras
a
are
lot
off.
of random shit.
I'd be
in that
more than
game.
happy to flip a coin.
Yeah.
No. We
Okay.
cannot.
Well, hang on. Who do we trust
what
to
would you
flip
go
it?
for?
Yeah, we have to
Who
put
do
our
you-
cameras on.
Shut up,
Well, okay,
shut
if we have
up,
to do
Sean.
that, no. If we're doing that, we have to put our cameras on, or find a way to like
I'm not
have.
doing the camera. I'm not doing that.
So what, David?
I'm not doing that because I'm
What
just
were you
going to
gonna
sit here until James breaks.
I ain't
I'm
going
going
to
to
break.
sit here
If
until
you keep
James
saying that,
breaks.
you're going to antagonise him more and he gets more powerful.
I'm
Yeah,
not-
but
I'm not
Sean,
gonna break.
he's already said, right, okay, he's already gone from I am not changing to should we flip a coin? Like, he's
Good point, James.
I'm just trying to
gonna
find the
break.
solution to this madness, David. It's like, you know,
Stay strong.
He's definitely going to break.
I'm not.
Sean. He's definitely going to break.
James, please do not.
I'm not going to. Seriously.
Matt, let him make his own decisions. He's a grown
Like,
adult.
you can
Yeah,
stop talking about me like I'm not here because I'm not gonna,
Yeah.
I'm not going to change my vote. It's not going to happen.
Did someone say something?
Up yours.
I love the fact that you're doing it wrong, Dave. Dad, Dave, you're
What the
antagonising
fuck's
him.
happening over there?
I don't know.
I think David's
But
more
it's
likely to
fine.
break, mate. He sounds wankered.
Shall we just do it by Metacritic? No, I don't know if I want to
No.
say this out
No,
loud.
I don't even want to look at that.
Oh no, yeah, hang on. That might be a bad idea.
I mean, me and Metacritic aren't
Should we
aren't
ask Ben
friends this year.
Syme?
That's true. Ben knows.
Yeah, let's wake him up.
How do we do this then?
Oh yeah, let's do Metacritic.
No, let's not.
No, it's
a great suggestion, actually, Sean. Great suggestion. No.
He's looked it up. First
time something you said all year, Sean. I agree with you. I reckon let's go.
I think it's a good tiebreaker to do that.
Yeah, if anything, like, why don't we ask the critics and we'll let them decide? And I think actually, Sean's a great idea. And
because I tell you what,
let's check the website, shall we? I haven't checked it. Let's check metacritic.com. Shall I check? What's that?
Only a fucking idiot would decide that that's a good idea and put their fucking arse on the line.
Side of my arse.
Only an idiot would do that.
Yeah.
Or someone dedicated. We can use OpenCritic if you want.
Probably doesn't change anything.
Don't want to. Doesn't do anything. Everyone done a Christmas shopping already?
I actually have, yeah.
Yeah. All done.
Yeah, I've still got a couple more bits to do. I'd have other things on my mind, but yeah, like this really.
Star Wars Outlaws was all right, wasn't it? Wasn't bad.
Yeah, I need to play that actually. Yeah, I'm gonna. Is this the whole music? Our music is.
He's actually just playing the
game. 600 points there. I think you only did 450.
Smashing it, mate. What deck are you playing?
I'm playing the dark green deck.
Oh, which one's that?
Well, I can't. You just
Let
me... Come on now. I looked it up on YouTube.
No, I'm playing it. I'm playing it right now.
No, you're not. No, none of the levels start like that.
Oh, I've just got some PlayStation points. Chill out.
You're using the soundtrack from Playroom.
No, I'm not. It's the Spotify
that's embarrassing.
Playroom.
That's embarrassing.
Playroom. Yeah.
It's embarrassing.
This is Astrobot original soundtrack.
Sounds like someone's not a real fan and can't be trusted.
No, this is literally the one from Spotify. It doesn't
it's
say...
embarrassing, man.
Fuck you.
Embarrassing and revealing.
So good. So good.
James or Matt, can you just switch so we can name the correct game
can
of
we
the
just
year?
switch so we can go bed?
Why should I switch?
Why is it always us two versus those two?
It's not always you two. And we're not switching. I'm not switching. James ain't switching.
Because we know more about games, don't we? Sean?
What? Mate, I was playing games before you were even born.
I was.
These were.
Oh, yeah.
James probably.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
James
about 20 years before as well.
Yeah, but, yeah, you were still buttered in your mother's eyes before. I was 2. How old are you? You're 40. Okay, no, it's 2 years.
We've got to figure something out because this
Astrobot's good, isn't it?
This is
we have got to figure something out.
Astrobot's fucking incredible. Come on, switch, David.
Here we go. Right, Matt.
Yep.
You're getting a tattoo next year, right? Of a Wookiee on your ass.
Yep. Side of my ass, yep.
Oh my god.
Will you change your vote?
Nope.
If Sean Bell gets a tattoo on his
Don't
ass.
fucking put me up to it.
Shut up, Sean. What? I'm suddenly interested.
Shut up, Sean.
Sean, do I have your word?
Would you change your vote?
Matching tattoos.
Do I have your word, Sean?
If Sean gets I love Astrobot tattooed on his ass.
Sean?
Yes or no? Yes or no, Matt?
I need a confirmation from Sean first in writing.
If this is going to happen.
Confirmation of what? No, obviously I'm not going to do that.
Then the answer is no, David.
Shame.
Next suggestion.
Do you know I'm going to have to edit this whole thing down? It's going to be a nightmare.
No, do not edit it down.
James, this is getting later and later for you, mate.
I don't care. I really don't care.
Oh, I don't
you rubbed me
care.
right up the wrong way, David, and I'm not going to change.
Okay.
Matt, come on.
There's no way I'm changing.
It's Matt's
You're
game.
not as fragile as James.
Yeah, it's my game. It's not going to be another Outer Wild situation.
Okay. Right. So let's go back to the Astrobot versus Red Dead Redemption thing,
Why?
right?
Why would he go back to something that was like 17 years old?
Because
we're talking about games from 2024.
No, because we were in the same position. We were in exactly the same position, right? We had two of us, that was Matt and James, who was voting for Astrobot Rescue Mission, and myself and Sean were voting for Red Dead Redemption 2, right? We were in this exact same position.
Mm.
I swapped my vote to end the argument and voted for Astrobot. Okay? So I'm asking for one of you to repay me that favour and switch to Balatro.
After all the things you said,
that's all I'm doing.
not.
I think yeah, I know. Yes, I know, but we're all fucking around. We were in that situation before. I made a decision that I regretted for the rest of my TCGS life. I mean, I'm just asking for one of you to take the same step that I did.
Maybe I could ask you to take the same step. You know, seeing as it's a game that you also really loved as well.
Well, so I just keep taking that step. I just keep jumping over to your side.
I think when there's a game that you loved as much as we did, then I think that's more reasonable.
If you look at this logically, you've got a game...
Dead Redemption 2, Matt. This is what I'm saying.
That's the previous year.
If you look at this logically, we've got a game like Astrobot, right, that three of us really, really loved, right? And so why are you not coming over to our side, David? It doesn't make any sense.
Because he'd already done it once. That's his point.
Look,
this is
in 2014.
This is based on its own merits. I don't care about like before.
Listen to what I'm saying. Right, we're at deadlock. We were at a deadlock then. Right, I transferred over to your side for that year, and I regretted it. I really regretted it. I think Red Dead Redemption should have won that year. I'm not
going to regret this.
I am asking for one of you to make that even now, to make it even and move over to our side. And then that's done. That's the end of that discussion. That's the end of that frustration. That draws a line under it.
You're asking us to do this to make you feel better?
No, I'm asking you to do it to repay the favour that I did for you for that argument, the Astrobot versus Red Dead. I'm asking for that. And if the answer's no, the answer's no. But I'm just saying to you that I'm asking for a favour back because I gave you a favour that year. Astrobot Rescue Mission was our game of the year that year, and that can't be changed. And it killed me because Red Dead Redemption 2 was the best game that year, in my opinion, right? But I transferred over. I'm asking for a favour back. And then that's the line drawn under it. That's it. So, James, will you swap?
Oh, go on, it's 2:10.
Or Matt will
No, James! James, what
yes,
the
James.
fuck? James, no.
Matt,
James. James Farley, don't be fucking... What are you doing?
The right thing.
James?
Don't do me like Sean did with the whole Outer Wilds thing. No, James. Can I have a word with my client? No, David, shut up. Can I have a word with my... James, over here.
Yeah, I'll shut up.
James, mate, what are you doing? James.
It's 2:10.
Wake up. You were fine 5 minutes ago. Like, do not do this.
Leave him alone.
Don't do this to me, James. It's fine. Like, we've all gone to bed late. It's fine.
But we've got to find the way through this. This is madness.
Yes, and this is not the way.
What is the way then?
It is.
I've got a plan.
It's like the Mandalorian. It is the way.
James, I'm going to ask you straight up. Is that official or are you switching your vote?
James, hang on.
Matt, let him speak.
What are you going to say, Matt?
I'm working on something in the background.
It hasn't got fuck all.
Hang on. Dave, do you want to check your emails?
What's going on?
Matt has just sent me £5 asking me to change vote. I'm not changing my vote, Matt.
How does another £5 sound?
James, sounds lovely, but I'm not changing my vote.
£6?
should have sent it to me, Matt. I'm voting for Balatro now.
No! Okay, James, how much do you need? How much do you need? What kind of...
Matt, it's over.
James, I swear... Over. James, no!
It's over,
James,
Matt.
It's over. You've already heard from David... He's had massive regrets. You're going to have the same massive regrets.
No, he's not, because he's going to go... He's in 5 minutes. He's going to be fast asleep in his bed. He's going to be...
Yeah, and he wakes up tomorrow. He's going to feel like an absolute...
No, he's not, because he's going to wake up with his Alarmo and he's going to feel fantastic.
Yeah, no, he doesn't give a fuck about Alarmo. It's all bollocks anyway.
It's perfect.
James, you have fucked me every... You have fucked me every round of this game tonight.
3 versus 1. The TCGS Game of the Year.
I'm absolutely
knackered.
No, nothing's official yet. Hang on.
Matt, stop it. It's done.
Matt, we all want to go to bed.
Jay, are you absolute? I'm not even going to say it. This is the longest
one we've ever done.
The TCGS.
You see how Matt turns on you, James, when you don't do what he wants?
No.
It's nasty, isn't it?
I'm just thinking for the fans. Actually, I'm thinking for listeners. Like, they'll be very disappointed in all of us for doing it this way.
They'll be glad that this is over.
No, I think they'll actually love more of this. I think, if anything, we should keep focusing on the real game, which I think is Astrobot. David, do you want to change your vote?
The TCGS Game of the Year for 2024.
No, come on, not yet.
Is Balatro. Thank you so much for listening. This has been
actually fucking. Stop my fuck.
This has been an interesting one.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your support throughout the year. Look, listen, we love doing this show. We've been doing it for far too long.
Fuck off.
The support that you show us every week has been absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Thank you so much for living it. We really hope that you have a great Christmas and New Year. And if you don't, we hope that you get something out of the show in the new year. You got something out of this. Should we do a hashtag? We've not done that for a couple of years.
Oh, yeah,
I don't think.
Well, is there any point now? Everyone's on different fucking social medias.
Yeah. Maybe hashtag I'm still listening. Just put that wherever you are.
No, because that sounds really desperate for us.
Oh yeah, that does actually. Oh well, I've said it now.
I'm your
That's
last
the
listener.
Yeah. Hashtag I'm still listening. That I want to see that. Thank you so much for your support. And before we go, thanks for living it. Sean, when we were messaging each other about getting Balatro to Game of the Year 2024, 2 months ago I sent you a text message saying James will break. Thanks for listening, everyone. We'll catch you in the new year. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye. No, I'm good. I'm okay.